Good morning, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. Hang on one second here. Hopefully you can, let me just make sure you guys can hear me. Can everybody hear me in the chat? It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. Israel has carried out a strike in Doha, Qatar, in the capital of Qatar, against Hamas leadership. Israel has launched a strike to kill Hamas leadership in Doha, Qatar. So we want to bring you live coverage of this Israeli assassination strike in Doha, Qatar. This was apparently a building, a residential building in Doha, Qatar, the capital of Qatar, that Israel conducted an airstrike in. Okay, so we're here to bring you live coverage of this, and give me a moment here. I'm also going to have some video here from a short while ago from Qatar. If you give me a moment here, I'm waiting for this video to come in. Oh, I think I can just play it here. Oh yeah, I'm downloading the video right now. Video is being downloaded as we speak. Okay, as you can see here, oops, that's not the one I wanted to show you. No. Video is being downloaded as we speak. Now I'm hearing two of me. I'm hearing two of me. Here. Israel says it targets Hamas leadership in Qatar's capital as blast heard in Doha. Israel launched a strike targeting Hamas's leadership in Qatar on Tuesday. That is not normally something that Israel would do, launch an attack in Qatar. Further widening its campaign against the militant group as negotiations over ending the war in the Gaza Strip appears stalemated before a new military offensive there. Black smoke rose over the skyline of the Qatari capital Doha, with authorities there acknowledging the strike. It wasn't immediately clear if anyone was hurt in the attack, marking the second time Qatar has been directly attacked in the nearly 2 years of war. The other time was when the 2 years of war since Hamas attacked Israel on October 7, 2023. The other time was when Iran launched strikes that I believe they informed Israel and the U.S. about against an air base in Qatar, a U.S. air base, right? If I'm remembering that right? Yes. So I'll have to look this up, but my understanding is that Qatar previously has been seen as off limits for Israeli airstrikes. I actually have video here that I'm going to show you from AFP of some smoke in Qatar. But as I understand it, usually Qatar has been seen as off limits. It wasn't immediately clear how the attack was carried out, says the AP, although an Israeli military spokesman referred to Israel's Air Force carrying out the strike. Qatar Airways continued landing in Doha amid the strike, even as at least one Qatari Air Force aircraft took off on patrol over the country. Qatar condemned what it referred to as a cowardly Israeli attack on Hamas's political headquarters in Doha. Foreign Ministry spokesman Mahed al-Ansari called it a flagrant violation of all international laws and norms. Qatar's vast Al Udeid Air Base, home to the U.S. military's forward air headquarters for its Middle East-based Central Command, came under Iranian attack during the 12-day Israel-Iran war that saw American bombers attack Iranian nuclear sites. Okay, let me show you this video I just got in. Hang on, if I can pull it up here. Right here, I have it right here. This is from AFP. So this is a looped video from earlier of plumes of smoke in Qatar, in Doha. It's just a loop video. So hold on a second. Let me just get it on the screen for you. This is earlier. Well, you can't see it yet. You will be able to see it. There you go. It's short, the video, but you see some smoke arising there. Right there. I kind of want to play, I want to slow it down on that. It's a short video, but let me just show you this again. Right? Where's that one? Right there. I'll stop it on the one shot there. Right there. So that was what it looked like in Doha, Qatar, a short while ago. Oh, it should be Israel. I'm sorry. I rushed on the air and there was a typo in my headline. It should be Israel launches strike, not Israeli launches strike, obviously. So let me just fix that. Hang on. I got to fix this here. Why is that not cooperating? That's better. All right, let me get you some more updates here on this. So did Israel kill Hamas leadership? As I understand it, Hamas, you know, Hamas has its leadership in Gaza. It's a Gaza-based organization. But over the years, Hamas has had political leaders in Qatar. And normally the political leaders who, like, for example, do the negotiating with other countries, who help do negotiating and visit other countries or sometimes and talk with other countries. Normally, they are seen as safe in Qatar because the idea is that there's this unwritten rule that Israel wouldn't attack actually targets inside Qatar. But clearly that rule didn't apply today. Unwritten rule. That's my understanding. I'll have to get more. I'm not a Middle East expert, but from covering this, here I got some pictures too from Reuters of the smoke in Doha. But it's possible that the Hamas leadership just assumed it was safe in Qatar like it normally would be, and then that changed today. Okay, here are some pictures from Reuters, and I'll show you the Reuters article too, from the aftermath of this Israeli strike in Qatar. Okay, so we have this one. Our viewer CL1FFO thinks it was only a matter of time. You can see Reuters says Israel launches attack on Hamas leaders in Qatar, blasts heard in Doha. Israel launched an attack on the leadership of Hamas in Qatar Tuesday, expanding its military actions that have ranged across the Middle East to include the Gulf Arab state, where the Palestinian Islamic group has long had its political base. I don't know that they've ever launched a strike like this in Qatar before. I have to find out. An Israeli official confirmed to Reuters that Israel had carried out an attack on Hamas leaders in Qatar. Al Jazeera, citing a Hamas source, said the attack targeted Hamas Gaza ceasefire negotiators. Okay? Now this is important too. Al Jazeera, citing a Hamas source, said the attack targeted Hamas Gaza ceasefire negotiators. Several blasts were heard in Qatar's Doha on Tuesday, Reuters witnesses said. Plumes of black smoke were seen billowing from the city's Legitifia petrol station, gas station. Right next door to the gas station is a small residential compound that has been guarded by Qatar's Emiri Guard 24 hours a day since the beginning of the Gaza conflict. Israeli media, citing a senior Israeli official, said the attack was aimed at top Hamas leaders, including Khalil al-Hayya, its exiled Gaza chief and top negotiator. Qatar, which has been mediating between Hamas and Israel, condemned the cowardly attack on Hamas officials and called it a flagrant violation of international law. Give me one moment here, guys. Hang on. Hang on a moment. I'm supposed to get a live shot in from Doha. So when I get a live shot in from Doha, I'll put it on the screen. Axios, Barak Ravid of Axios is reporting that just yesterday, Qatar's prime minister met with Hamas leaders in Doha and pressed them to accept the new U.S. peace proposal or ceasefire proposal. Axios is reporting that the strike took place when Hamas leaders met to discuss the Trump administration's ceasefire proposal. Wow. Let me pass along again this reporting from Axios. So Axios says they're reporting, again, that the Israeli strike took place when Hamas leaders were meeting in Doha to discuss the Trump administration's ceasefire proposal. A source told Axios some Hamas leaders even traveled to Doha from Turkey for this meeting. A senior intelligence official said the entire Hamas A-list was in the building. So Axios is reporting that this was Hamas leadership in a meeting to discuss the latest ceasefire proposal. And again, normally they would assume they are safe. That's been the unwritten rule, as I understand it, is that Israel would not attack the political leadership in Qatar. Hang on a moment here. Give me one moment. Give me one moment. So this is certainly a major development, with Israel targeting Hamas political leadership in Qatar. What happened here? Oh, sorry. You know, this is terrible. I had two typos in my headline. I have to remind myself, sometimes when I rush to get on the air, I type the headline real fast, and then I get on the air and I have typos in my headline. And I had two typos in my headline. And people were saying there's a typo in your headline, and I fixed one and I didn't see the other one. It's awful. It's really bad. I'm sorry. My bad. I got to remember next time. You can see here this map of where Qatar is. In this map from AP. Israel is up here. There's Israel up here. Qatar is over here. Let me show you a statement from Qatar. I'm sure I can get that. Well, here, this is the statement from Qatar Foreign Ministry right here. The state of Qatar strongly condemns the cowardly Israeli attack that targeted residential buildings housing several members of the political bureau of Hamas in the Qatari capital Doha. This criminal assault constitutes a blatant violation of all international laws and norms and poses a serious threat to the security and safety of Qataris and residents in Qatar. The Qatari Foreign Ministry affirms that the security forces, civil defense, and relevant authorities immediately began addressing the incident and taking necessary measures to contain its repercussions and ensure the safety of the residents and surrounding areas. While the state of Qatar strongly condemns this assault, it confirms it will not tolerate this reckless Israeli behavior and the ongoing disruption of regional security, nor any act that targets its security and sovereignty. Investigations are underway at the highest level, and further details will be announced as soon as they are available. Qatar has been acting as a mediator between Israel and Hamas. And by the way, that statement was from the official spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Qatar. But you know, again, Qatar has been acting as a go-between, as a mediator between Hamas and Israel. And I just want to say again, normally there's been this, it's been seen as, again, I don't think there's any formal One of our viewers said it's international law. But I don't believe there's any kind of formal agreement Israel has to not attack Hamas targets in Qatar. But my understanding is that that's been the unwritten rule, is that they wouldn't do that. Yeah, Qatar, the New York Times says Qatar was thought to be neutral ground. Okay. The New York Times says Qatar was thought to be neutral ground. Also, one other interesting thing that the New York Times said is that they made this point that this would be particularly upsetting to Qatar because Qatar's political and economic stability hinges on its reputation as a haven for business and tourism in a volatile region, which is an interesting claim from the Times. But again, they say that it's normally seen as neutral ground. And the Wall Street Journal says this is a sharp escalation of tactics against Hamas. By the way, a quick thank you to John, Nicholas Hersant, Rachel, Dream Squad HD, DS, I Love Reading, The Vladinator, Trish X, Trish Texas, Gina, Jasper Axelrod, JB, Knox Corvus, Mitchell Pilot, and Marcus Tullius Cicero. Thanks for your support. I also want to thank our moderators too. Give me one moment here. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Also, thanks to Red Wagon for your support on Twitch. And also thanks to DeBears and I Got That Fire for moderating. Also, Janet B. and RJ, thank you for moderating. I have a Sumam as well. I really appreciate it. Also, thank you to Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha who moderate for us on X. And also, thank you to Kay Lowry Body moderating over there on Facebook. Thanks so much, Kay. Thanks also to Michael Andren. Michael Andren gave 50 people memberships in our YouTube chat. Wow, that's really generous of you, Michael. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. So again, Israel, let me read the statement from Israel as well, because I didn't read you their official statement. So let me read you the official Israeli statement. So this is from Israel. Oopsie. Oh, is this a live shot? I think I have a live shot from Qatar. Yes, from Doha. Okay, this is a live shot from Doha, Qatar. You're not seeing much there at the moment. I mean, in terms of the strike. Maybe the smoke has all dissipated. I'm not sure. But I just want to throw this on the screen. This is from AFP Live from Doha, Qatar. We saw some video and photos before of the smoke earlier. But this is a live shot from AFP of Doha, Qatar right now. Thank you to the Vladinator. I really appreciate the Vladinator. The Vladinator thinks this is a calculated attempt to sabotage attempts at peace. That's what the Vladinator thinks. Thank you, Vladinator. Also, actually, Dan, who says, which will Qatar make a bigger deal over, this or Iran striking their territory with ballistic missiles? Now, remember, during the Israel-Iran war, which was about 2 weeks long, a couple weeks long, there was Iran at one point did launch a strike on a U.S. base in Qatar. My memory is that it's just to refresh people's memory. From my memory, that was a case where Iran warned Israel and Qatar that the strikes were coming. I don't think they asked for permission, but they warned that the strikes were coming. In my memory, I don't know that. My guess is that I don't know that they gave. I would assume they did not give advance warning to Qatar in this case. Maybe they told the U.S. I think there's some reporting about that, but I'm not sure. I'll be on the lookout for more reporting on that. I want to check some Israeli sources here too. You're seeing the camera, a live shot from Doha, Qatar right now on your screen. Hey guys. There's a statement from Benjamin Netanyahu. AZ Intel posted this. Thanks, AZ Intel, for mentioning this. Let me show you what Prime Minister Netanyahu said. Look at this. Prime Minister's office. Today's action against the top terrorist chieftains of Hamas was a wholly independent Israeli operation. Israel initiated it, Israel conducted it, and Israel takes full responsibility. I mean, maybe that's designed to say that the U.S. didn't participate in it. I mean, one could argue, though, to play devil's advocate, one could argue, well, here's the devil's advocate argument, and I'm guessing some will make this argument. Some would argue, well, the U.S. plays a part by not acting against Israel when they do something like this. The argument would go, yeah, the U.S. might have not have helped with the actual strike, but if Israel thought that the U.S. would be really angry about it and take action against Israel of some, diplomatic action, for example, or withholding weapons or something, then they wouldn't do it. I'm not saying that you have to agree with that, but again, that would be an argument against this claim that, like, well, it's totally a U.S. An Israeli operation that the U.S. is not involved in at all. Do you see what I'm saying? So that's just, somebody might say that in response. But what you believe is up to you. Again, we're looking at a live shot from Qatar, from Doha. Okay, if you're just joining us, Israel has launched a strike in Doha, Qatar, the capital, normally against Hamas leadership, Hamas political leadership. I don't know if they've ever carried out a strike like this in Doha, Qatar. Qatar is normally seen as a neutral ground that Israel would not launch an attack in. So this is a big deal. It's being described as a major escalation. Axios reports that Hamas leadership was assembled, political leadership, Hamas political leadership, including negotiators, I assume, were assembled in Qatar to discuss the latest U.S. proposed ceasefire plan. And they attacked, reportedly, a residential complex where Hamas leadership had been staying in Qatar. One of our viewers mentioned the UAE made a statement. Hold on a second here. Yes, the UAE has just released a statement. Hang on a second here. They said they condemn in the strongest terms the Israeli attack on Doha. I actually have to, let me translate, get the statement translated for you. Hold on a second. I'm going to translate the Israeli, the UAE statement. Turn down the volume a little bit. I don't want it too loud. Hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. Okay, I have the UAE statement right here. I'm going to put it on the screen from you. This is from the UAE. United Arab Emirates. The Minister of Foreign Affairs of the UAE, Abdullah bin Zayed, condemns in the strongest terms the blatant Israeli attack on Doha. The Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the UAE condemned in the strongest terms the blatant and cowardly Israeli attack that targeted the sisterly state of Qatar, stressing that this reckless attack constitutes a blatant violation of the state of Qatar's sovereignty, a dangerous Israeli assault on international law and the United Nations Charter, and an irresponsible escalation that threatens regional and international security and stability. His Highness expressed full solidarity with the sisterly state of Qatar and its steadfast support for everything that would protect its security and the safety of its citizens and residents. He also stressed the need for an immediate end to the military escalation, warning that the continuation of such escalatory actions would undermine regional security and drag the region into dangerous paths that would have disastrous repercussions for international peace and security. His Highness called on the international community, especially the Security Council, to assume its legal and moral responsibilities to deter Israel and stop these barbaric Israeli attacks, stressing that the continuation of this aggressive approach reflects reckless behavior that will push the region toward more tension and escalation and undermine the chances of achieving security and stability. His Highness warned that the continuation of such reckless attacks in the absence of a deterrent and decisive international stance will have extremely dangerous repercussions for international security and regional security and peace, and will establish a reality that cannot be tolerated or accepted. So that is the condemnation from the UAE. Give me one moment here. Oopsie. Hang on one sec. Give me a second here. Give me one sec. All right, so if you're just tuning in, a major escalation by Israel. Israel has conducted a strike in the capital of Qatar against Hamas political leadership, who reportedly were meeting to discuss a ceasefire proposal. This is confirmed by Israel that they carried out a strike in Doha, Qatar, in Doha, the capital of Qatar, against Hamas leaders. So this is a huge development. Now, how is this going to affect, like, the ceasefire negotiations? I don't know about that. Let me give you another update here. This is from the Washington Post. They say Israeli forces attacked residential buildings in Doha, targeting the senior leadership of Hamas, Qatar's foreign ministry said today. Qatar's foreign ministry called the attack cowardly, a blatant violation of all international laws and norms, and a serious threat to the security and safety of Qataris and residents in Qatar. The Israeli Defense Forces and the Israeli Security Agency said in a joint statement they had conducted a precise strike targeting the senior leadership of the Hamas terrorist organization. The statement did not say which leaders were targeted or where. It said measures were taken to mitigate civilian harm. The statement came as smoke from a blast rose over Doha, the capital of Qatar. Qatar's capital, Doha, has been at the center of ceasefire negotiations between Israel and Hamas, with Qatari officials serving as regional mediators and allowing Hamas political leaders to maintain offices in the tiny Persian Gulf country. In recent days, Arab nations, including Qatar, had pushed Hamas to accept a new ceasefire proposal from the U.S. The U.S. Embassy in Doha released a statement. Oh, hold on, I got to show you that. Guys, I didn't even show you this yet. Look at this statement from the U.S. Embassy in Qatar from less than an hour ago. They said, the U.S. Embassy in Qatar said, we have seen reports of missile strikes occurring in Doha. The U.S. Embassy has instituted a shelter-in-place order for their facilities. U.S. citizens are advised to shelter in place and monitor U.S. Embassy Doha social media for updates. Hey, thanks for Truth Will Set You Free for being a member. Thanks JT Land, PZ Papa Zulu, PZ Papazulu says Israel told Fox News that the U.S. was informed. I saw some other report about this. I got to pull it up here. Thanks for reminding me, PZ Papazulu. Thanks, Gator Fitz, our member, who said, not the way I wanted to start it today. And thank you, Will Home. I appreciate Will Home. Thanks for your support. CJ2290. Thank you, CJ2290. I have posted about Nepal on my X account. We're not covering that on this stream, but maybe we'll do a stream on it at some point. Thank you, CJ2290. Thank you, Bro Banas Elite. Thank you, Nicholas Hersant. Thank you, Rachel, our member. DS, Dream Squad HD. Dream Squad HD thinks Israel does not respect international law and does whatever it wants. All right, hold on. I'm going to check some other reporting on this. Manny Fabian reports that the IDF strike on Hamas's leadership in Qatar is called Operation Summit of Fire. Summit of Fire. I guess maybe referring to the fact that Hamas leadership was meeting at the time. Also, let me show you this here. This is from Manny Fabian of Times of Israel. He says the Shin Bet Security Agency publishes photos from its Special Operations Command Center during the Israeli Air Force strike against Hamas's leadership in Qatar. During the strike, Prime Minister Netanyahu, Defense Minister Katz, Acting Shin Bet Chief Mem, IDF Intelligence Directorate Chief Major General Shlomi Binder, and other officials were at the command center. Oh, you could see a helicopter, not that it really matters, because there might be plenty of helicopters flying around normally. There was a helicopter right above my head on the shot. But it is the capital of Qatar, so I wouldn't be surprised if helicopters regularly fly around there. Hang on a moment here. Update. Reuters says two Hamas sources told Reuters the strike was aimed at... Oh, sorry, no, that's not... Yes, two Hamas sources told Reuters that Hamas officials in the ceasefire negotiating team survived the attack. I don't know if that's true, that if they did survive. But again... Reuters reports two Hamas sources told Reuters that Hamas officials in the ceasefire negotiating team survived the attack. Give me one sec here. Oops, see, that wasn't centered. Let me give you this update from Reuters here. Now you can see in the Reuters article they have some pictures. Oh, there's another helicopter, unless it's the same one. They have some pictures of the smoke rising from Doha in that article. Let me actually pull those pictures out and show them to you again. Here are some pictures from Reuters of the aftermath of the strike. Look at that. Wow. I wonder if Israel's going to release footage of the strike. You can see Israel targets Hamas leadership in military strikes on Qatar. I just want to say this again. This war has been going on for almost 2 years, and the Qatar has been seen as a place that Israel would not attack Hamas leaders. Qatar has been acting as a mediator. So this is not something that is a regular occurrence to have an Israeli strike in Qatar. It's being widely called a huge escalation. Reuters says Israel launched an audacious attack on Hamas leaders in Qatar on Tuesday, expanding its military actions that have ranged across the Middle East to include the Gulf Arab state, where the Palestinian Islamist group has long had its political base. So that implies that they had not done this kind of strike in Qatar before. Qatar, which has acted as a mediator alongside Egypt in talks on a ceasefire in the almost 2-year-old war in Gaza, condemned the action as cowardly and called it a flagrant violation of international law. 2 Hamas sources told Reuters that Hamas officials in the ceasefire negotiating team survived the attack. So I don't know how many people survived, if they survived, and what kind of injuries they might have. But reportedly, at least some of the people attacked were people who were negotiating for Hamas. Who I believe we read a report that the senior negotiator. Yes, Israeli officials said Israeli officials told Reuters the strike was aimed at top Hamas leaders, including Gaza's chief negotiator, Gaza's top negotiator, Khalil al-Hayya. So again, Reuters is reporting that Israel officials told them one of the people targeted was literally the chief negotiator for Hamas. Several blasts were heard in Qatar's Doha, Reuters witnesses said. Plumes of black smoke were billowing from the city's Legtifia gas station. Next door to the gas station is a small residential compound that has been guarded by Qatar's Emiri Guard 24 hours a day since the beginning of the Gaza conflict. Ambulances and at least 15 police and unmarked government cars thronged the streets around the blast site an hour after the strike. Now, Israel has killed several top Hamas leaders since the October 7th Hamas attack on Israel. But I don't believe it has ever launched a strike like this in Qatar before. Israel has also launched airstrikes and other military action in Lebanon, Syria, Iran, and Yemen in the course of the Gaza conflict. Qatar's Al Jazeera television, citing a Hamas source, said the attack was aimed at Hamas's Gaza ceasefire negotiators. The assault is likely to deal a serious, if not fatal, blow to efforts to reach a ceasefire, especially since it took place in the Gulf Arab country Qatar, which has hosted several rounds of talks, says Reuters. Again, you know, how does it affect the ceasefire negotiators, the ceasefire negotiations with Qatar, with Hamas, if Israel has now attacked the negotiating team? So a huge development. By the way, I want to say a quick thanks to Ed Wiebe for the membership. Mitchell Pilot thinks that they didn't survive. We'll have to wait and get some more verified information on this. Bob NL, thanks for being a member. PZ Papa Zulu. Sharon A. Baird, thanks for being a member. Truth will set you free. Thanks Debbie James for the memberships. Thanks JT Land. One of our viewers, Sabrina, said, feels like it's never going to end. Hold on a moment. I have a second shot of Doha as well. What time? Hold on a second. The Doha time, by the way, is 5:43 p.m. in Doha, Qatar. Oh, what is this here? Oh no, we don't want that. But I have a, let me just, give me one moment. I have a second shot of Doha for you. I might have to brighten it up a little bit. Where is the second shot here? That's a second shot. Let me brighten up the second shot. It's a little dark there. So let me just do that. It's a little better there. That's Doha as well, from Reuters. I'm going to leave it on the first shot, though. Alexander G. says nobody is ever going to negotiate with Israel again. John Wick says there's nothing to negotiate. Stack CHN says assassinating peace negotiators seems like a war crime. Mylak Bay says shame on Qatar for supporting Hamas. Hang on, I'm trying to get more updates for you guys here, the latest updates. Oh, there's a statement from the Saudi Foreign Ministry. I didn't even see this before. Oh, is this, did it just come out? Hold on. I saw reported a statement from them. Have they even posted it? Hold on. Saudi Foreign Ministry. I'm going to read it to you. I don't see the, it's posted on their social media yet. According to N12 News, Saudi Arabia says, we strongly condemn the brutal Israeli aggression and the blatant violation of Qatar's sovereignty. We emphasize full solidarity and support for Qatar. We are deploying all capabilities to support it by all means. We warn against the severe consequences of the Israeli occupation's persistence in its criminal violations and blatant violation of the principles of international law and all international norms. Oh, they fixed the let me show you the other live shot here. They actually fixed the brightness on it. So let me show you the other live shot too. Here's the other live shot. There's Qatar, there's Doha as well. I'm checking some other news outlets here. Oh, hold on a second. N12 News reports that an Israeli source says we are awaiting the results of the attack. Also, I'm seeing some, let me see if I can get photos for you. I'm seeing some photos floating around of the building that was attacked. Oh, also N12 News reports that the White House said they were briefed by Israel shortly before the attack. Again, that's N12 News Israel. They say the White House says that they were briefed by Israel shortly before the attack. Oh, there's a press conference coming up. A press conference coming up from Doha. Hold on a moment, guys. There is a press conference coming up from Doha, Qatar, with Qatar's Prime Minister. All right, so hold on. I want to prepare to show you that. Give me a moment here. I wouldn't be surprised if some of that is in English. All right, hang on a moment. I know the volume went out because I'm switching the shot. This shot, does this shot have any volume on it or not? Let's see if this one does. That would be a no. Yes. So coming up, there is supposed to be a press conference. We'll have video of that, supposedly. Oh, the UN Secretary General had a comment about this. According to N12 News, Israel, the UN Secretary General said the Israeli attack is a blatant violation of Qatar's sovereignty and territorial integrity. All parties should strive to achieve a permanent ceasefire, not destroy it. Oh, hold on a second here. There's another update floating around. Jordan's foreign ministry has released a statement, from what I understand. Oops, our picture went blurry for a second. Hang on. Hold on a moment. There's too much going on. Jordan's foreign ministry says that, I'll show you here what Jordan's foreign ministry says. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Jordan says they condemn in the strongest terms the Israeli bombing of the Qatari capital Doha, considering it a flagrant violation of the UN Charter, and a blatant assault on the sovereignty and security of brotherly Qatar. The foreign ministry spokesman from Jordan affirmed Jordan's absolute rejection and strong condemnation of this unacceptable Israeli aggression, which constitutes a violation of the sovereignty of an Arab state and a dangerous, provocative escalation that is unacceptable, pushing the region toward further violence and conflict and threatening regional and international security and stability. Okay, so you get, and there's other parts of it, 2 more paragraphs too, but you get the idea. For some reason, the focus went out in this shot in Doha. Maybe they can get the focus back. We're waiting for a news conference from Qatar, guys. Hold on, I saw another update I wanted to pass along. Give me a second here. Yes, Fred Flintstone, Qatar has been acting as a mediator in the conflict. I'm going to post a link. I don't have the rights to the video yet, this video at the moment, but I'm posting a link to a shot of a video showing the smoke rising in Qatar after the blast or blasts. So we're also waiting to see, oh, hold on a second. Quds News Network. Oh, they fixed the live shot. Quds News Network, which is a Palestinian news site, they say the son of the Hamas leader Khalil al-Hayya and his office director were killed. I'm also going to post a link to a photograph, but I don't own the rights to the photograph. But there's of the building that was supposedly hit, the residential building. So Quds News Network said the son of Hamas leader Khalil al-Hayya and his office director were killed. That's unconfirmed, and we don't know if anybody else has been killed. So to repeat, Israel has carried out a strike. Oh, hold on. I think there's a new statement. Hold on a moment here. Hold on. Okay, I saw a statement here. Seth Frantzman, who is a Middle East expert I follow, S. Frantzman, he posted a statement he saw. I haven't seen this myself, but he's a reliable source, Seth. He posted this. Joint statement by Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Defense Minister Yisrael Katz. Again, this is via Seth Frantzman. You can follow. He's a good person to follow for Middle East analysis at S. Frantzman. The statement says, yesterday after the murderous attacks in Jerusalem and Gaza, Prime Minister Netanyahu instructed all security agencies to prepare for the possibility of thwarting the leaders of Hamas. Now, in Jerusalem, there was a terror shooting that killed, I believe, 5 or 6 people. I'd have to go back and check the latest numbers. And two Palestinian shooters shot people in Jerusalem yesterday. And when I get a chance, I'll show you something about that. So this statement refers to that. Now, I mean, I don't know that one of our viewers had said before, was this a reaction to yesterday's attack? And I thought, well, I mean, it's not a good thing, but there are regularly terror attacks carried out on Israeli citizens in Israel. So I found it initially hard to believe that this would be a response just to the terror attack yesterday. And it's such a huge escalation, this attack in Qatar. Anyways, though, this statement says from the Israeli Prime Minister and Defense Minister says, yesterday after the murderous attacks in Jerusalem and Gaza, I don't know what the reference is to Gaza. I need to look that up. Prime Minister Netanyahu instructed all security agencies to prepare for the possibility of thwarting the leaders of Hamas. The defense minister fully supported this proposal. This afternoon, in light of an operational opportunity and in consultation with all heads of the defense establishment and with full backing, the Prime Minister and the Defense Minister decided to carry out the instruction given last night to the IDF and the Shin Bet, and they did so in a precise and optimal manner. The Prime Minister and Defense Minister believe that the action was completely justified in light of the fact that this Hamas leadership was the one who initiated and organized the October 7th massacre and has not stopped launching murderous actions against the state of Israel and its citizens since then, including taking responsibility for the murder of our citizens in yesterday's attack in Jerusalem. Anyways, that's via Seth Frantzman, a joint statement from Israel's Prime Minister and Defense Minister. There is a live shot from Doha, Qatar, where it is now 6:01 p.m., I believe. (6:01 p.m.) Hey, a quick thanks to Lumi, Joshua C., Ed Weeby, Angel, Mitchell Pilot. Thanks Sydney for the gift memberships. Bob NL. Lumi says regional conflict incoming. Well, I mean, I don't expect to see, I don't think you're going to have like Qatari armed forces carry out some kind of attack or something. But, it certainly doesn't seem that this makes the region more stable. Maybe there's a world in which it makes ceasefire less likely. Certainly Certainly it doesn't calm the region down. I wouldn't expect, countries like Saudi Arabia and Qatar and the UAE are not going to start carrying out attacks on Israel, the country themselves. They're not going to have their militaries do it. But certainly, this does not contribute to regional stability. All right, we're waiting for a press briefing, a press conference from Qatar. But this is a very, very significant escalation. I don't know that Israel has ever carried out a strike like this in Qatar, but Qatar was seen as neutral ground. Himster, our viewer, thinks it's a significant escalation. I would agree with that. Hey guys, let me show you this update here from AP. This is what Axios was reporting too. Oh, look at the picture. Look at the picture from AP. Let me get you a big shot of this picture. There's a picture after the attack right there. Israel targeted Hamas leaders in Qatar as they discussed Gaza war ceasefire proposal. All right, let me get a close-up of that picture for you. One moment here. Here is that picture of the aftermath. This is this is a picture shortly after the attack. Right here from AP. Look at this. That's what it looked like in Qatar, in Doha, shortly after the attack, right there. Hey, a quick thanks to Florian Meyer. Florian Meyer, that's really generous of you, Florian. Thanks for your support, Florian Meyer. I think Florian's in Switzerland. Switzerland, if I have that right. That's really kind of you. Hold on a second here. Also, big thanks to, in the UAE, Alpha Cry. That's really nice of you, Alpha Cry. Thank you. Thanks so much for your support, your generous support, Alpha Cry. So again, that's a picture of what it looked like in Doha shortly after the Israeli strike in the capital of Qatar during the day. Now, let me show you this report here from... there's a live shot of Qatar right there, of Doha, actually. And let me show you here this report from AP. Ooh, what's happening now? The camera's moving. The camera is moving. Thank you, Sneezing Eagle, for your support as well. Unleashed Pokegamer claims that Channel 12 Israel was saying that Qatar announced a suspension of mediation efforts. Let me see if I see that here. Thanks, Unleashed Pokegamer. No. Channel 12 said that the Middle Eastern news outlet Al Arabiya reported that negotiations with Qatari mediators have been frozen until further notice. I can't confirm that. I wouldn't be surprised if that's true. That's from Al Arabiya, apparently. Hey, the camera's moving around again. AP reports Israel targeted Hamas leaders in Qatar as they discussed Gaza war ceasefire proposal. So let me read you some from AP as we look at the live shot from Doha. Israel launched a strike on Hamas's leadership in Qatar on Tuesday as they discussed a U.S. proposal for a ceasefire in Gaza, officials said. I want to read this again. Multiple outlets are reporting this. Axios reported this as well. Israel launched a strike on Hamas's leadership in Qatar on Tuesday as they discussed a U.S. proposal for a ceasefire in Gaza. Remember, hold on, I have a live shot from the press conference. A live shot from the press conference too. Wait a second here. That is the press conference coming up. Look, live press I assume some of it will be in English. I don't know that all of it will be in English, but I think some of it will be in English. So that is a live shot. We're awaiting a press conference from Qatar. But this is during this entire war between Israel and Hamas in Gaza, Qatar has been acting as a go-between, as a neutral party. And it was widely believed that Qatar was off limits, that Hamas would have political leadership in Qatar and that Israel would not attack them while they were there. Well, that has changed today. And again, both AP and Axios are reporting that Israel struck Hamas leaders in Qatar as they were discussing a ceasefire proposal. AP says this marked a stunning extension of Israel's campaign against the militant group and risked upending negotiations aimed at winding down the war and releasing Israeli hostages. Now, the only other time Qatar was attacked during this war was when Iran launched missiles, I believe with advance notice, at an American air base in Doha. I forget what the date of that was. That was, I believe, wasn't that after the U.S. carried out a strike on Iranian nuclear facilities? Yeah, it was on June 23rd of this year, according to Wikipedia, Iran launched missiles at the Al Udeid air base in Qatar as a retaliation for U.S. strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities. That was a U.S. base in Qatar. But I'm not aware. I mean, again, this was why previously Qatar had been seen as off limits for this kind of strike by Israel. Qatar Airways posted, operations are unaffected by recent events in Doha. Qatar Airways also says the recent unfortunate events in Doha have not impacted Qatar Airways operations and there have been no disruptions as a result. Joe Truzman, Middle East expert, posted a video supposedly showing the strike. I'm going to post a link in the chat to Joe's post. Okay? So I just posted a link to Joe's post in the chat, which supposedly shows video of the strike. If at some point I get the rights to the video, I'll show it to you. We're waiting for a press conference. You know what I'm going to do? Maybe I'll put both shots on the screen. Here's what I'm going to do. Hold on here. Here's how I'm going to do this. Oops. We want to do this. This. We need to get this moved up. Hang on, folks. We got both shots from Qatar. So we're awaiting a press conference. Let me actually put that on the screen, that we're awaiting a press conference. Awaiting press conference, guys. We will play the audio of that for you when it happens. We'll have the video too when it happens. But I'll turn. We'll hear that press conference when it happens. The target was a residential building where reportedly Hamas leadership was meeting to discuss the latest ceasefire proposal. I have a picture of the building. Oh, and I got some video too. I got video and a picture. I have the damaged a picture of the damaged building, of a damaged building. I wonder if this is the building. Hold on a moment here. I have some new video coming in, and I have a picture of this building. This is from Reuters. Okay, first of all, here is this damaged building. This might be the building. This is from Reuters. Look at this. Hang on. Right there. Let me just get it better on the screen for you. Look at that. That is the damaged building after the strike. Is that the building? You can see a number of, well, are those police cars in front? I'm not sure. Looks like those might be police cars in front. Spitfire said they had a similar picture on the Jerusalem Post site. I have a video to show you too. Oh, hold on, the press conference is about to start. Hold on. What did she just say? I'm going to replay what she said. Hold on. What did she just say? Was it in English or not? Let me replay that.
جميعا السلام عليكم جميعا. للتذكير ممنوع البث المباشر في الوقت الحالي. ممنوع البث المباشر في الوقت الحالي.
Can anyone translate what she just said? Did she give like a little heads up how much time there was? Any of our viewers? Can any of our viewers translate that? Maybe one of our viewers knows. Uh-oh. What happened to the live shot? It says stand by now. I don't know what just happened. She said no live allowed. A number of our viewers are saying that there's no live coverage allowed of that press conference for now, and that's why the shot disappeared. Several of our viewers said she said no live coverage. Okay, so apparently that, and you saw right as she said that, the live shot went down. So for the moment, we will not have coverage of that for you. Yes, a number of our, thank you to our translators and the viewer, a number of our viewers said she said no live shots for now. Now, maybe she meant, well, I don't know, did she mean no live before or no live during? Okay, so a number of our viewers said that, oh no, it's back, the live shot's back. Hold on, the live shot is back. The live shot is back right now. Hold on a moment. Whatever she said, the live shot's back. Maybe I don't know. I can't confirm what she said. A number of our viewers said she said that, but the live shot is back. Oh, she said the live is going off at the moment and will come back. Maybe she said something like that the live was stopping for a second. I don't know. Oh. Anyways, the live shot is back. You know what? I got to get my headphones in because so I can hear this. We'll make it full screen. We'll make it full screen when it starts. Okay, hang on a moment here. Again, we are waiting for a press conference from Qatar. I'm assuming some of it will be in English. I think last time we covered a press conference in Qatar, some of it was in English. Now it went off again. Well, guessing it'll be back in a second. We'll keep you posted. So again, we are covering Israel has carried out a strike against a residential compound in Doha, Qatar, against Hamas leadership. Multiple reports say it's Hamas leadership, political leadership, including Hamas's top negotiator, who reportedly were meeting to discuss the latest ceasefire proposal. This is a huge escalation because for years, Hamas leaders, some Hamas political leaders, and like for example, the leaders that would talk directly to other countries, the political leadership, the negotiating team, and negotiators would live in Qatar, and it was widely believed that Israel would not attack there. But that changed today. So we're waiting for the press conference to start. Hold on. And yeah, so this is a picture of the purported, this is supposedly the site that was hit right here. That's a picture from Reuters. I'm going to show you some more from Reuters, but that's a picture. You can see the building and the damage here. And look, you can see, you might say the building is standing up. Well, it is, but look at the window over here. It's been like blown out, the building, it looks like. Reuters said this building since October 7th, since the war started after the October 7th attack, this building had been guarded by Qatar 24 hours a day. Okay, now let me show you a video I just saw. You can see this article here, reaction to Israel's attack on Hamas's leaders in Qatar. Hamas leaders in Qatar. So there's a video that goes along with that article. Here it is right here. I got it. Here's the video. Hold on. I'm going to play you this video right now. I'm playing you this video right now. Here is the video. Look at the smoke right there. Look at the smoke. See the smoke? I'm going to replay this. That's from Reuters. At the bottom there, you can see the smoke. And there's a live shot, and we're waiting for a press conference. It's unclear if that press conference is going to be live streamed. Now, let me try to get you more updates here. By the way, thank you to PK. PK thinks every time Hamas is about to negotiate a ceasefire, Israel kills them before it can begin. PK thinks Israel doesn't seem interested in peace. Thanks, PK, for your support. Thanks also Lily Palmer, Jan Echterman, C5 Galaxy, Dupper Bob. Dupper Bob says every single location described as a haven or sanctuary contains unsavory people or organizations from around the world. That's what Dupper Bob said. Thanks, Unleashed Pokegamer. Excuse me. Also, thank you to Big Dog Gaming over on Twitch for your support. Spencer Biohazard, thank you. Redefine Happiness, thank you. Try Again Guy, thanks. CC143, thanks for your support on Twitch. Also, thanks to our moderators who are moderating. We have Roberts May Queen is moderating over there on YouTube. Thank you so much. Beth Mythical on Twitch. 13 Alamo, DeBears, I Got That Fire, Linda Belk, Larry Misha on X on Facebook. Thank you to Kay Lowry Body moderating over there. Thanks Sharon Klassen Goslin for being a subscriber over there on Facebook. Shannon Davis Hughes, thanks for moderating and for subscribing. Thanks Margaret Riley for moderating as well. Jennifer Ellers, thanks for subscribing on Facebook. And all right, let's try to get you some more updates here. Unclear. Were Hamas officials killed in this attack? We don't know yet. The results of the attack are not clear. Oh, CBS News, Jennifer Jacobs reports that Israel notified the U.S. just before the strike in Doha and just about the time when the missiles were being launched. Israel, the Prime Minister of Israel, Netanyahu, said that Israel did this themselves, that they were the only ones involved in this strike. Thank you, Kenneth Colton, and thanks to Kenneth and his father, George, who was watching. Thank you, Kenneth, for your support. All right, hang on a moment here. Reuters says two Hamas sources told Reuters that Hamas officials in the ceasefire negotiating team survived the attack. I don't know if that's true. This followed an Now, earlier today, Israel issued an evacuation order for people living in Gaza City, Gaza, where Israel is waging an offensive. That was a different thing that happened today. I want to show you that real quick. Here was this evacuation order. So Israel has said that they're going to launch a big operation in Gaza City, Gaza, against Hamas. You can see this is from earlier today, from Avichai Adrai with the Israeli Defense Forces. It says, to all residents of Gaza City and those present in its neighborhoods from the old city in Tafah to the east and up to the sea in the west, the Israeli Defense Army is determined to eliminate Hamas and will operate in the Gaza City with great force, as it has operated in various parts of the Strip. For your safety, evacuate immediately. Remaining in the area is extremely dangerous. That's all of Gaza City. Before the war, I believe that was the most populous city in Gaza. All right, we're waiting. Supposedly, we still might have the press conference from Gaza. It's a little unclear. Not from Gaza, from Qatar. Oh, Roy Case, who's an Israeli reporter, said that Al Mayadeen had a report. Let me just check the Al Mayadeen report myself and see what they're reporting. Hold on a second. That's a Middle Eastern news outlet. Al Mayadeen. Oh. They posted a video purportedly of the attack, Al Mayadeen. I'm posting a link in the chat to that video. Hold on. Yes, Al Mayadeen about an hour ago, which is a Middle Eastern news outlet, they said that the Hamas leadership delegation survived an Israeli assassination attempt. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if some or all of the Hamas leadership at this location died or not. I have no idea. So we've seen some reports from Middle Eastern media of survivors, but it's just not clear at this point. Oh, AFP has a similar report to other reports. Here, look. Let me show you what AFP is saying. Hang on a moment here. So AFP says Israel strikes Hamas officials in Qatar. See that there? Pull up this picture. There's a picture from AFP. Look at that. Wow. That's something. That's the AFP picture right there. That's that orangey building right there. We saw a close-up of that building before. Orangey is what I'm saying for the color. That tan, orange, not really orange, but brownish building here. So let me tell you what AFP is reporting. They're saying Israel's military said it conducted airstrikes targeting senior Hamas leaders in the Qatari capital on Tuesday as Qatar condemned an attack on buildings that housed members of the Hamas movement. Qatar, which has been a key mediator in the efforts to broker a truce in Gaza, said Israeli strikes targeted the homes of several members of Hamas's political bureau residing in Qatar, where the militant group's senior leadership is based. A Hamas official in Gaza told AFP that the group's negotiators had been targeted in Doha, although it was not immediately clear whether the attack had caused any casualties. A video journalist working with AFP in Doha saw a plume of smoke rising from behind a low-rise building. The Israeli military said for years these members of the Hamas leadership have led the terrorist organization's operations, are directly responsible for the brutal October 7th massacre, and have been orchestrating and managing the war against the state of Israel. The name of the operation in Doha is Summit of Fire. These were airstrikes, an Israeli military official told AFP. Qatar condemned the attack, saying it had targeted residential buildings housing Hamas political bureau members. The state of Qatar strongly condemns the cowardly Israeli attack that targeted residential buildings housing several members of the political bureau of Hamas in the Qatari capital Doha, said Qatar. Yes, this is Israel's first attack in Qatar. AFP confirms this. They say this is Israel's first attack on Qatar. I guess ever. The strikes today, Israel's first attack on the Western-backed Gulf state, come less than 2 weeks after Israel's armed forces chief vowed to target the group's leaders abroad. Lieutenant General Eyal Zamir said on August 31st, most of Hamas's leadership is abroad and we will reach them as well. Along with the U.S. and Egypt, Qatar has led multiple attempts to end the Israel-Hamas war, which was sparked by the Hamas attack on October 7, 2023. UN Chief Antonio Guterres condemned Israel's flagrant violation of Qatari sovereignty. The UAE and Saudi Arabia and Jordan also condemned this. There was supposed to be a press conference, and we had a live shot of it. And then the live shot went down, and I'm not aware that there's a live shot of it anywhere, but maybe it just hasn't happened yet. So I'm still waiting for some word on that, and we might get a live shot from it. I just don't know. Cashew the Kitten thinks Summit of Fire, as Israel is reportedly calling it, is obviously a direct hit on the pre-peace talks. That's what our viewer says. Hang on a moment here. Kushagra, our viewer, says, will Qatar just sit after being bombed? So look, again, Qatar is not going to overtly carry out some kind of military attack of any kind against Israel. That's not going to happen. They're not like a strong military force. And aside from, that's one reason. Also, they have been they've positioned themselves as a neutral country to act as a go-between between other countries. But at the same time, I mean, they could take diplomatic measures or something like that. I'm not sure, but they have for years positioned themselves as a neutral party that could conduct negotiations between hostile countries. So I wouldn't expect any kind of, military response from Qatar. But are they going to want to act as a mediator with Israel? I mean, if you're Qatar and you've been acting as a mediator and you host talks, I don't know if you're going to want to, or if you can't say to other. How can you say to other countries, well, we're a neutral party and we're a safe place for you to come? It prevents them from acting in the same way as a neutral mediator if they can't assure other countries and other organizations that they are a place of safety. This is the first ever, from what I understand, Israeli strike in Qatar. Sally family says, what's going to happen to the hostages? This would not seem to contribute to help lead to a ceasefire agreement that would help get the remaining hostages home. N12 News' Amit Siegel says the CENTCOM chief, the U.S. military CENTCOM chief, was in Israel just last week. Amit Siegel from N12 News says, from what I understand, Israel coordinated the attack with him. Now, again, Israel is saying they did this themselves. Israel is saying, Prime Minister Netanyahu said that today. So Israel seems to be publicly saying the U.S. wasn't involved in this. As I said, someone might say to that, well, even if the U.S. wasn't involved militarily, someone might argue that Israel wouldn't do this if they thought it was going to really upset the U.S. But I cannot say whether there was U.S. involvement secretly in the planning of this in some way. I have no idea. But again, one argument someone could make is whether or not they were actually involved in the military aspect. Someone might claim that Israel wouldn't do this unless they thought that U.S. would be okay with them doing it. What is this? Ariel Oserin says that Palestinian media, Ariel Oserin is with I-24 News. He says that Palestinian media linked to Hamas announced the death of the office director of the Hamas political leader, Khalil al-Hayya, in these strikes. Oh, hold on a second. Hold on. I have an update for you. This is from Manny Fabian. Again, I'm going to post a link to this video that purportedly shows the strike. Manny Fabian, I just posted a link to the video of the strike. I don't have the rights to that at this point. Manny Fabian of Times of Israel says, more than 10 Israeli Air Force fighter jets dropped over 10 munitions in the strike on Hamas's leadership in Qatar, according to military officials. The munitions all hit a building where Hamas leaders were believed to have been gathered within seconds. En route to carrying out the strike and on the way back to Israel, several aerial refuelings were carried out. Hang on a moment here. The distance between Israel and Qatar, by the way, is roughly about 1,000 miles, I believe. Roughly. Brolos thinks many are dead. Did the link not get posted in the chat? I just posted the link. John C. says, why are they harboring Hamas leaders in the first place? Again, Qatar has for years acted as a mediator in conflicts. They act as a neutral country to facilitate negotiations and contact between other countries and organizations. So they host Hamas leaders there. They host the Hamas political leadership there. And, you can say that's harboring, but they've been working with the U.S. and Israel and Hamas to try to reach a ceasefire. Now, what you think of that is up to you. Now, Joe Truzman points out, he's an expert I follow. He's an expert I follow, a Middle Eastern expert, an expert on the Middle East. He thinks that even if Hamas leaders were killed, it might take a while to hear that from Hamas. What he says is, you can go to @Joe Truzman if you want to see his page. He says, like other high-profile assassination campaigns against senior figures in the Iran-backed network of terrorist groups, the latest strike in Doha will inevitably generate denials. Hamas has long relied on obfuscation, making things hard to figure out or see. To buy time after leadership losses. It took the group 3 months to acknowledge the death of Gaza chief Mohammed Sinwar. Its confirmation of the killings of Mohammed Daif, Marwan Issa, and others was also heavily delayed. Hezbollah has followed a similar pattern, though it moved more quickly in confirming the death of Hassan Nasrallah and other leaders. He thinks if Israel succeeded in eliminating senior leaders in Doha, the strike would represent a devastating blow to Hamas's external command. The group will be forced to regroup quickly, reconstitute its leadership abroad, and craft a strategy to project resilience in the face of a crisis. That's from Joe, @Joe Truzman. And then also, what is this? Hold on. AFP is saying there's still supposed to be a press conference in Qatar, which I don't believe has happened yet. If that happens, we may have video of it. It's not unclear right now. Roy Case says, who's an Israeli reporter, says the Qatari Al Arabi channel reports from its sources around 5 fatalities in the Israeli strike. So, multiple outlets are saying that this strike came on leaders, on Hamas leaders as they gathered in Qatar to discuss the latest ceasefire proposal. Hang on, just trying to get you the latest updates here. Here again is a picture of the building that was apparently hit. Right here. This is from Reuters. There is a picture of the building. In Doha, Qatar. A building that Reuters said had been guarded 24 hours a day by Qatar security. which apparently housed some Hamas leadership and is a place where they would meet. By the way, thanks to Red Squirrel 82, thanks to Martin Gingrich. Martin, the answer is no. Thank you, the Polish Drunk. Thank you, Kenneth Colton. Here again is the IDF statement. Hold on. I'll show you the IDF statement. The IDF and ISA conducted a precise strike targeting the senior leadership of the Hamas terrorist organization. For years, these members of the Hamas leadership have led the terrorist organization's operations, are directly responsible for the brutal October 7th massacre, and have been orchestrating and managing the war against the state of Israel. Prior to the strike, measures were taken in order to mitigate harm to civilians, including the use of precise munitions and additional intelligence. The IDF and ISA will continue to operate with determination in order to defeat the Hamas terrorist organization response for the October 7th massacre. And to repeat, this is, for years, Hamas's political leadership, including negotiators, have stayed and lived and been based in Qatar. And Qatar was seen as a place that they would be safe, these negotiators and political team. Qatar was acting as a neutral country to facilitate negotiations. This is and the unwritten rule was that Hamas officials would be safe in Qatar from Israel attacks. But that changed today. This is the first, according to AFP, this is the first time that that Israel has carried out a strike in Qatar. Oh, I'm seeing another report here. Hold on a second here. Oops. Mariv is an Israeli news outlet. Mariv reporter Anna Riva Barsky from Mariv Online in Israel is reporting that the final decision to eliminate the senior Hamas officials in Qatar was made just half an hour before the operation commenced. The decisive factor in making the decision was Hamas's claim of responsibility for the attack in Jerusalem. Let me show you something about that, because we haven't talked that much about that. Here. Reuters reported Hamas armed wing earlier today, claimed responsibility for the shooting that killed 6 people on the outskirts of Jerusalem on Monday. Times of Israel said in the Hamas statement, it said that the two shooters who carried out the attack were members of Hamas. Now, I don't know. I don't know if Hamas directed that attack or that attack was carried out by these people and then Hamas, they claimed responsibility, but did they? I don't know what Hamas leadership's, whether they planned the attack with these people or whether the people, if they weren't Hamas, carried out the attack and Hamas organization takes credit for it. I can't speak to that. But that was this terrible shooting attack on the outskirts of Jerusalem, which happened. That was a day ago, I believe. Yeah, two Palestinian gunmen. Reuters reported that two Palestinian gunmen on Monday opened fire at a bus stop, and they killed 6 people, and a number of others were injured. Israeli police said the 2 attackers were shot dead at the scene by a soldier and an armed civilian. 6 others were reported in serious condition in that attack. Police said more than 20 people were injured in that attack. And as Reuters says, there have been several shootings and stabbings targeting Israeli civilians and soldiers in Israel and the West Bank carried out by Palestinians since the war started. So there's some reporting coming out saying that this shooting attack at the bus stop, was a big factor in Israel's carrying out this attack in Qatar today. I'm not sure about that, just because there are regularly, unfortunately, there are regularly terror attacks on Israeli civilians carried out in Israel over the course of the last couple years. So, I don't know that attack happening yesterday would be in and of itself a reason that Israel would suddenly, for the first time ever, carry out an attack on Qatar's soil, which it had never done before. Carla Babb, who's with Military Times, says a U.S. defense official confirms to her U.S. did not participate in the strike in Qatar. Al Monitor says that Jared Suba of Al Monitor, which is a Middle East news outlet, an outlet that focuses on Middle East news. Al Monitor. Jared Suba says that Hamas officials met with Qatar's prime minister yesterday to discuss the U.S. ceasefire proposal, and they were supposed to meet with him again today. Some of them might not be alive anymore, if not all of them. Amichai Stein, who is with the Jerusalem Post, Amichai Stein, He reports that Israeli sources tell the Jerusalem Post between 4 and 8 senior Hamas officials were in the apartment in Doha that was bombed, still awaiting the results of the strike. Again, Amakai Stein, who is with I-24 News and Jerusalem Post, he reports that Israeli sources tell the Jerusalem Post that between 4 and 8 senior Hamas officials were in the apartment in Doha that was bombed, still awaiting the results of the strike. Just so I can show you here this little map here from AP. Israel is up here. There's Israel up here. And there's Qatar over there on the other side of Saudi Arabia. Qatar here, Israel here. Give me a moment. One moment, folks. Here is on Google Maps here, so we can show you this way. Oops. Give me 2 seconds here. So Israel over here, Qatar over here. Oops, there's Qatar, there's Israel. Roughly about 1,000 miles away. And if we zoom in on Qatar, you will see there is Doha, the capital and main financial hub. AP says Qatar has served as a key mediator between Israel and Hamas for several years, even before the war. AP says the strike on the territory of a U.S. ally marked a stunning escalation and risked upending talks aimed at winding down the war and freeing hostages. AP says Israel has long threatened to strike Hamas leaders wherever they are. While it has often welcomed Qatar's role as a mediator alongside Egypt, it has also accused Qatar of not putting enough pressure on Hamas. Earlier this week, President Trump had said he was giving his last warning to Hamas regarding a possible ceasefire. Although I believe that in the past, President Trump has given other last warnings, if I remember correctly. An Egyptian official told AP that the Israeli strike today came during a meeting by Hamas officials over the an Egyptian official told AP that the Israeli strike in Qatar came when a meeting by Hamas officials over the talks had been scheduled for the location. Justin Kopacetic, our viewer, thinks Israel is out of control. James Berryman says this is crazy. We don't know it's not been confirmed what the results of the strike are. Oops, you know what? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. One of our viewers pointed out this had been saying live. My caption disappeared. Live in Doha, Qatar. I had that up on the screen before. For some reason, I accidentally took that off the screen. Live Doha. That's a live shot of Doha. Jess says Israel is trying to protect themselves. Oh, hold on a second. Reuters is saying there is supposed to be a news conference. Okay. So we're still waiting for this purported news conference coming up from Qatar, which hasn't happened yet. Oh, Amit Siegel with N12 News Israel reports an Israeli official says there's no confirmation yet that any of the senior Hamas figures were indeed eliminating. We are waiting. Oh, this is interesting. Hang on a second here. I'm not gonna mention that at the moment. Well, I'll say this. Amit Siegel is the chief political analyst with N12 News Israel. He says this was the first time since Operation Entebbe in 1976 that the IDF has struck targets in a country that is not an enemy state. You know what I need? So we're waiting for this news conference. What I'm going to do real quick here. We're going to continue our live coverage of this big breaking news. Okay? We are going to continue our live coverage. I just need 1 minute. So give me 1 minute. You can see on the screen it says Steve will be back in 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. I'm coming right back, and we'll continue our live coverage in 1 minute. Thanks for your patience. We are back live, waiting for a supposed news conference coming up in Qatar, which I keep hearing about, but I haven't seen yet. So we're waiting for that. Israel has carried out its first ever, from what I understand, its first ever strike in Qatar, which had been acting as a mediator between Israel and Hamas. And it was widely believed that Israel would not strike against Hamas leaders in Qatar, which is why Hamas leaders were living there. Some Hamas political leaders, including their negotiating team. But Israel attacked a residential building where reportedly Hamas leaders were today, including Hamas negotiators, people who were negotiating in the ceasefire talks. And multiple reports say, for example, look at this headline by AP. Israeli strike targets Hamas leaders as they weighed the Gaza ceasefire proposal. Literally says in the article, an Egyptian official said the strike came when during a meeting. An Egyptian official said the strike came when a meeting by Hamas officials over the talks had been scheduled for that location. Axios reported something similar. Axios reported that the strike took place when Hamas leaders met to discuss the Trump administration's ceasefire proposal. Axios reported that some Hamas leaders traveled to Doha from Turkey for the meeting. And some Hamas leadership met reportedly with the Qatari prime minister just yesterday. And multiple reports said that Hamas leadership was supposed to meet with the Qatari prime minister today. Well, actually, one report said that they were going to meet with him today. As I mentioned before, the New York Times said that Qatar was thought to be neutral ground, in part because it maintains contacts with the Israeli government. One expert told the New York Times that he thought that Qatar couldn't keep being a mediator state after this. Another interesting point, the Times raised the possibility that Israel's attack on Qatar could hurt its efforts to build ties to Gulf Arab states. I know there were condemnations already from Saudi Arabia, for example. We showed you that. UAE, Jordan, all issued statements condemning this. The Wall Street Journal said this was the latest in a year of brazen attacks by Israel that have highlighted Israel's military and intelligence prowess along with its appetite for using them. Also, the Wall Street Journal said that the attack today targeted Hamas leaders Khalil al-Hayya, who I believe is its chief negotiator, and Zahir Jabarin. I remember we covered back in July of 2024, Israel assassinated Ismail Haniyeh, who was the top Hamas political leader at the time, while he was visiting Tehran, Iran. The Wall Street Journal says that that U.S. and Israeli officials have been, for a long time, not happy that Hamas leaders could live in Doha. Doha, Qatar. But they also point out, the journal, that a big reason that they were allowed to live in Qatar was that this arrangement has continued is because there needs to be some way to talk to people from Hamas. Yeah, so I don't know if Qatar will continue being a mediator in these peace talks as it has been during the war. Global military, by the way, a quick update on Nepal. Nepal's had major protests the last couple days, anti-government protests. The prime minister resigned earlier today. Global Military Info, who I follow, said that Nepal's army announced it will assume responsibility for law and order beginning at 10 p.m. local time tonight. That's the first mention I'd seen of that. We're going to keep the focus on Israel right now, but if I see any other big updates, I'll let you know. Is this press conference going to happen or what? Reuters and AFP are still saying it's going to happen. Yeah, I'm seeing other reporting about the Nepal army saying it'll control the security starting at 10 p.m. tonight. Nepal time. Oh, it's now 10 p.m. No, it's unknown what the fate is of the Hamas leadership that was at this site is. Were people killed and injured? We don't know. Who were they? We don't know yet. Our viewer Avia thinks Hamas is not neutral. Thinks that Qatar is not neutral because they've allowed Hamas leadership to live in Qatar, and he says to carry out their terrorist leadership from there. Again, as I mentioned, you don't have to agree with it, but I think that Qatar would argue that there needs to be a place where people can meet with people from Hamas. You know, for example, if American officials or Israeli officials want to go meet in person with them, or officials from other country, they're probably not going to want to fly into a war zone in Qatar, in Gaza to do it. Now, you might disagree with that, but I think that would be the main argument. Roy Case, who is with Khan News, Israel, we've seen this. We've seen this reported several times today. Roy Case, a reporter with Khan News Israel, says the Prime Minister of Qatar was supposed to meet today with Hamas leaders in Doha to discuss the latest American proposal. That's according to a Hamas official. I wonder if the news conference was delayed and why. The news conference, because I mean I heard about that over, and I think originally it was supposed to be like 45 minutes ago. Al Arabiya says that Hamas will be releasing a statement shortly. I just saw that from Al Arabiya. They said an important statement from Hamas coming shortly. Oopsie. Hold on a second here. Oh, did they just release it? Hold on a second here. Hold on. Hold on. I don't see it myself. Yeah, I don't see the new statement yet. But again, Al Arabiya says there will be a statement from, says important statement from Hamas shortly. We'll see what happens. So we're waiting to get you more information here. Prime Minister Netanyahu is speaking at an American Independence Day event right now, related event, at the U.S. Embassy. My assumption is that he's not talking about this. Let me see something here, though.
In a video that I had recorded earlier, and I think it's going to...
Hold on. Why am I not seeing this video? Let's take a look for a second at what Netanyahu is saying. I don't know that he's speaking on this. This is posted on the Prime Minister of Israel social media right here. I'll turn the volume on.
אתמול לאחר הפיגוע הרצחני בעזה.
He was speaking English before.
והטבח הנורא של אזרחינו בתחנת אוטובוס בירושלים. עמדתי שם, ראיתי את הטבח, ראיתי את הדם, ראיתי באמת את הזוועה מקרוב. לאחר שני האירועים
I can go back and see what he said at the start. I'll rewind. No, I can't rewind. Sorry, I can't rewind.
And of course the 4 soldiers that we lost in Gaza. And I want to say a few words about that, first in Hebrew and then in English. אתמול לאחר הפיגוע...
Sorry, I'm just getting it live now.
הכינו וביצעו את המשימה הזאת באופן מיטבי ומדויק שמרשים את כל העולם.
Again, I don't believe this is not a speech. This is a pre-scheduled speech.
אזרחי ישראל ואזרחי העולם החופשי שיודעים שצריך להיאבק בטרור למען כולנו.
This is not some emergency speech about the strike in Qatar. This is a pre-scheduled, from what I can tell, a pre-scheduled speech at the U.S. Embassy, at the American Independence Day event of the U.S. Embassy in Israel. So I don't even know if he's going to talk about the strike in this speech. Well, I'll keep an eye on it, but he's not speaking English at the moment.
וזאת לאחר שהנחתנו מכות עצימות.
All right, I'm not going to focus on it for the moment. I'd like to get you the I would like to get you this news conference if it ever happens from Qatar. We're still waiting for that. Oh, here's a new update from Reuters. You can see right here. Israel attacks Hamas leaders in Qatar, drawing condemnation as Gazans told to evacuate. And here is that, I want to show you that picture again of the building. Apparently this is the building that was attacked in Gaza. Not in Gaza, in Qatar. That is that building where Hamas leadership was. You can see the, certainly looks like the inside is devastated of that building. Again, Israel launched an airstrike against Hamas leaders in Qatar today, expanding military actions that have ranged across the Middle East to include the Gulf Arab state where Hamas has long had its political base. Again, it's the first Israeli strike in Qatar that I know of. AFP said it's the first time they've launched an attack in Qatar. Qatar has been acting as a mediator during this conflict. Israeli officials told Reuters the strike was aimed at top Hamas leaders, including Khalil al-Hayya, its exiled Gaza chief and top negotiator in Washington. Sorry, and top negotiator, not in Washington. So again, among those attacked, according to Reuters, was the top negotiator for Gaza, Khalil al-Hayya. The attack is likely to deal a serious, if not fatal, blow to efforts to reach a ceasefire, says Reuters. Especially since negotiations have often taken place in Qatar. If I can brighten up the live shot for a second, or hold on, not for a second, but it seems a little dark, got a little dark. That's obviously too bright. Let me get it a little brighter. Ernst Junger said, why didn't Qatar shoot down the Israeli jets? Well, there would be big negatives to Qatar from trying to shoot down Israeli jets. First of all, I don't know if they thought. First of all, I don't even know if they knew they were coming. I understand what you're saying, but second of all, I mean, there could be consequences for Qatar with Israel and also with the U.S. So, could they, in theory, have shot them down? Did they detect the jets coming? I don't know. It's a fair question. The Speaker of the Israeli Parliament just posted an hour ago, "This is a message to all of the Middle East." FJ, who I follow, mentioned that. Avia thinks that Qatar could allow these Hamas members to meet there but not live there. Ray the Vagabond says, "I wonder which route they took to get to Qatar. The countries usually need to allow to overfly them." I don't know if they how that works with the overflying. Just to show you the map again. I mean, do they really think that there's going to be an issue with overflying countries or not? Do they go out of their way to not do it or no? You can see they would, on a direct route, they'd have to fly over Saudi Arabia. Thank you to Josine, our member. Thank you, Josine. Also, Tim Glenn and John Coman and Jesse's Girl. Also, Dozer242 and McLean33. Also, Deshark, thanks for the memberships. Deshark gave 20 people memberships. Thank you, Deshark. Still waiting to see if there's going to be this news conference, which is supposed to happen. Should we? Oh, sorry. Oops, sorry. Seth Frantzman, who I follow, who's a Middle East expert and Israel expert, who I follow on X, Seth wrote for the Jerusalem Post today that, according to Seth, again, he wrote this for the Jerusalem Post, he said that Hamas leaders have been living in Qatar for more than a decade, and they felt safe and secure there. I mean, obviously I don't think they would have been there if they thought they were going to be bombed and killed. So, but today, Israel launched this strike in Qatar, in Doha. One of our viewers mentioned aerial refueling C5 Galaxy. One of the reports we read said that there had been multiple... Oh, wasn't that Manny Fabian's post from the Times of Israel, that there had been multiple refuelings? Yeah, Manny Fabian with Times of Israel said, reported that more than 10 Israeli Air Force fighter jets dropped over 10 munitions in the strike. The munitions all hit a building within seconds where Hamas leaders were believed to have been gathered. En route to carrying out the strike and on their way back to Israel, several aerial refuelings were carried out. Also, I will post in the chat again a link to Manny's post with a supposed video of the actual strike. Oh, there is supposed to be a White House press briefing coming up, guys. A White House press briefing is coming up. Maybe we'll check out what the White House has to say about White House press briefing coming up. Maybe, I'm sure the White House will be asked about this strike. Oops, hold on. Here's what I have to do. Give me a moment. Let me put it up on the screen for you. All right. Hold on. Hang on. Oh, I got another. I think I have another shot of Doha. Hold on one moment here. Here's another shot of Doha. Hold on a second. I'm going to switch the shot of Doha. So that's Doha right there. Why is this acting all fidgety? All right, there's Doha. Okay, so that's Doha. That's the live shot of Doha. Then I got to show, I want to get the White House. Why is this not showing up? All right, give me a moment here. One moment. One moment. There's the White House as we wait for the press briefing. Okay, so that's that. And then we need to do this. So, again, I would certainly expect this to come up, this attack to come up in the White House press briefing. One moment. Hey, thanks to John Deeds and Jack's Animals for your support on Twitch, and Young Strudel and Kayat on Twitch. Al Arabiya, which is a Middle Eastern outlet. I think Al Arabiya is Saudi outlet. They say that their sources say that the Hamas delegation for ceasefire negotiations survived the attack. They also say that the Al-Haya, the head negotiator, his son and office director were killed. I don't know if that's true. Oh, Netanyahu. Okay, Netanyahu did address when Netanyahu spoke, he did say something about, I have this here. He said something about the attack. He just said it a short while ago when he was doing that speech, I think at the U.S. Embassy. So let me pull this up here. Let's see if I can find where he said it.
Of Israel and America.
Hold on. What I have to do... Okay, here is where he was speaking earlier. Now let me just see if I can find where he mentioned this. It's 11 and a half minutes long. Was it at the beginning?
Of Israel and America, of the Israeli-American alliance, who are here. I want to first tell you that Sarah and I planned to be here earlier, but we were, well, I was otherwise engaged. So, but it's not too late, even on this belated day, to say happy birthday, America. Now, I said a few more words in a video.
Oh, I was muted?
That
I was muted or he was muted? You can hear him. So, yeah, so again, this was like an 11 and a half minute speech, and I'm trying to find, you heard him say he was a little late because he was like busy and people laughed. And I'm just trying to find, I think he said something else about the strike in this an appearance a short while ago, so I'm just trying to find it here. Yeah, guys, I literally have the White House on the screen. It's there. We literally have the camera from the White House right on the screen for you. So we'll see what they say when they say it. Maybe somebody from the State Department will appear at the White House press briefing. All right, let me just see if I can find anything else from this Bibi appearance a short while ago.
I had recorded earlier, and I think it's going to be shown outside in the large gathering that you have there. And I meant it from the heart. No better. The horrific murders in Jerusalem. We've been busy in the last day after the horrific murders in Jerusalem. Horrible murders. And of course, the 4 soldiers that we lost in Gaza. And I want to say a few words about that, first in Hebrew and then in English. אתמול לאחר הפיגוע הרצחני בעזה, למען כולנו, דבר אחד, רשע, אנחנו שבועות את העקרונות שלנו, את הכתוב, proudly took credit for both, launched, they perpetrated in a bus stop in Jerusalem. נעמוד, יחד נילחם, משום שאני רוצה שידעו כל...
Okay, so I'm going to play right now. Prime Minister Netanyahu spoke a few minutes ago. So I'm going to play the part where I believe he talked about the strike today. So I'm just forwarding it to that while we wait for the White House press briefing. All right, so you'll hear him speak in English in a second, Netanyahu. And again, that was a short while ago.
הבאנו את הכתוב במקורותינו. ארדוף אויביי ואשיגם ולא אשוב עד כלותם. ואנחנו בשיטתיות משיגים אותם. יחד נעמוד, יחד נילחם, ובעזרת השם יחד ננצח. Yesterday, 4 of our soldiers were killed by Hamas terrorists in Gaza, and 6 Israeli civilians were brutally murdered in a bus stop in Jerusalem. This morning, Hamas proudly took credit for both of these actions. At noon today, I convened the heads of Israel's security organizations and authorized a surgical precision strike on the terrorist chiefs of Hamas. These are the same terrorist chiefs who planned, launched, and celebrated the horrific massacres of October 7th, the savage murder of 1,200 people, the beheading of men, the rape and murder of women, the burning of babies, the taking of over 250 hostages, innocent hostages, grandmothers, grandchildren, Holocaust survivors. They perpetrated the worst attack on the Jewish people since the Holocaust. Now, they were meeting in the same place, exactly the same place, where they celebrated this savagery almost 2 years ago. At the beginning of the war, I promised that Israel would reach those who perpetrated this horror. And today, Israel and I have kept that promise. Now, much of the world, including much of the democratic world, or governments at least, have shamefully forgotten October 7th. But I don't forget, and Israel will never forget. Never. There was a time when Jews could be murdered with impunity, but since the founding of the State of Israel, those days are over. On this day, as in previous days, Israel acted wholly independently, and we take full responsibility for this action. And this action can open the door to an end of the war in Gaza. Israel has accepted the proposal put forward by President Trump to end the war, beginning with the immediate release of all our hostages, which have been held in the dungeons of Gaza for 700 days. If President Trump's proposal is accepted, the war can end immediately. We can begin once again to pursue the expansion of peace in our region for the benefit of all. But I want to close by directing my words to the people of Gaza. Don't be derailed by these murderous terrorists, by these killers. They don't care a hoot about you. They live in sumptuous villas. You can't imagine how sumptuous. Away from this battle scene. Their partners in Gaza don't worry about you. They go to the underground tunnels and they keep you above ground so you serve as human shields for them. Don't be derailed by these killers. Stand up for your rights and for your future. Make peace with us. Accept President Trump's proposal. Don't worry. You can do it, and we can promise you a different future. But you've got to take these people out of the way. If you do, there is no limit to our common future. Thank you.
All right, so that was a short while ago. Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel talking about the strike today. You just heard it. All right. So he says he still wants Gazans to agree to this deal. But I mean, the ones who need to agree with it are Hamas. And today their negotiators were attacked. So I don't know that they're going to agree anytime soon to this new proposal. So we're waiting for, there was supposed to be a press conference in Qatar. I don't think it ever happened. It hasn't happened yet. Any moment now, there's going to be a White House press briefing, and we're going to hear what the White House comment on this is. Thank you, Missouri Mahler, for your support. Also, hold on a moment here. Thank you, Kristen McConnell Gates and Susan Priest Buchner and MG Mance for the Facebook stars. Thank you. Oh, I guess there was it sounds like maybe there was a missile launched from Yemen, which is, let me double check that here. Is that what happened? Yeah, there was a missile launched from Yemen toward Israel. This is a very regular occurrence. So the IDF says that it identified a missile launched from Yemen towards Israel, and defense systems are working to intercept the threat. This is a regular occurrence. This is not something that only happened because of the bombing of the Israeli strike in Qatar. Yemen has been regularly, multiple times a week often, launching missiles at Israel. So I'll let you know when we have an update on that. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer posted a statement about today's attack in Qatar by Israel. He said, hold on, I'll show you what Keir Starmer said. I condemn Israel's strikes on Doha, which violate Qatar's sovereignty and risk further escalation across the region. The priority must be an immediate ceasefire, the release of hostages, and a huge surge of aid into Gaza. This is the only solution towards long-lasting peace. So we are waiting any moment now. The White House press briefing is going to begin. Let me do something real quick here. The White House is a deal. They're doing their one of their periodic press briefings, but I'm sure this topic is going to come up. This question about this topic about the attack today. As I just mentioned moments ago, there is an alert in Israel because Yemen has fired a missile. I assume the Houthis in Yemen have launched a missile towards Israel. This is a regular occurrence. It happens usually multiple times per week. I will keep you updated on that, but that's not something that's just happening as a response to the strike in Doha. This is a very regular occurrence lately in Israel. I will let you know when we get an update about it. Hillel Bitten Rosen with Israel with 14 News Israel says the missile from Yemen was intercepted. Did the military post that yet? But again, Channel 14's Hillel Bitten Rosen reports the missile from Yemen was intercepted. Again, waiting for the White House press briefing. Also looking for other updates about this Israeli attack on Hamas leadership in Gaza. Manny Fabian of Times of Israel says that the Israeli military says that they're... Oh, yeah, I can find it right here. I'm looking at the Israeli military statement. The Israeli military says the IDF intercepted a missile launched from Yemen. So that missile has been intercepted. Hey, thanks, Sydney, for the memberships. I really appreciate that, Sydney. Thank you. Thanks also to Katsy, our member. And Melodic, our member. Thanks, Confidence in God, for your support. While I have a second as we wait for this press briefing from the White House, I want to also thank our Twitch subscribers like Golden Tarkus, Try Again Guy, Redefine Happiness, Jazzy Renee, Wall Street and Shaggy, Douthis, Timido 1, Gonzalez, Wall Street. I think I said Wall Street already. Thanks to and all of our other subscribers over there. JSE3, Red Wagon, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. Also, Gary Eckert, our member, and Inked Patriot, thanks for the membership. Inked Patriot. I have not seen anything. There's no verified reports. Nothing verified about this strike in Gaza, this strike in Qatar, how many people might have been killed or injured and who they were. We don't have verification of that at this point. This is the first Israeli attack, I believe, in Qatar. Qatar had been seen as a place, it's a country that was acting as a mediator in these negotiations and had been seen as a place that Hamas officials could go and not be targeted by Israel. That changed today. Thank you also, Velcronius from Texas, over there on Twitch. Yeah, a number of our viewers like PW360 mentioned that Sky News reported that Hamas leadership survived the strike. We do not know that at this point. Sky News does not source that report. There's some reporting that claims that's the case, but I don't. It's not very well sourced at the moment, and we just don't know. You know, an interesting thing that Sky News' Dominic Waghorn says that in 2011, the U.S. government persuaded the Qataris to let Hamas open a political office in Doha, and the Israelis approved of the idea. Everyone wanted an address to negotiate with, also and to funnel millions of dollars through to Gaza. Still waiting for the White House press conference. A lot of waiting for press conferences today. The press conference from Qatar still has not happened. That was supposed to happen. Some of our viewers are claiming, well, when was it supposed to start? Was it supposed to be 1 or was it supposed to be 12:45? The original start time was 1. Some of our viewers are saying they heard it was delayed till 1:30. I haven't heard that. But... Oh, briefing at 1:30. You're right. I just saw this right now. The briefing is starting at 1:30. In 11 minutes. That's when the press briefing is. I just saw that from the White House press rule. White House press briefing in 11 minutes. Patricia Gray says, I am looking forward to hearing from the White House on this. Let me show you the, well, I have a second. I'm going to show you that video again. You can see here Reuters says Israel targets Hamas leadership in military strikes on Qatar, a country where they had never attacked before Israel, where Qatar leaders and negotiators thought they were safe. Here's a video from Reuters here. You can see at the bottom there the smoke. So that's that video, and then here's this photo from Reuters. That's the building that was apparently struck, a residential building in the capital, where Hamas leaders were staying and meeting. That is also from Reuters. And in about 8 minutes, we should be hearing from the White House. Two Hamas sources told Reuters Hamas officials in the ceasefire negotiating team survived the attack, but we don't know if that's the case. We do not know if that's the case. Israel officials told Reuters the strike was aimed at top Hamas leaders, including Khalil al-Hayya, its exiled Gaza chief and top negotiator. Is there an update here? Hold on. Oopsie. We lost our skyline shot, so let's go full screen on the White House right now as we wait for this. Oh, it says that the press conference is coming up. Now I'm really confused. Maybe these two things will be going on at the same time. Oh, look what live shot is back. Oh no. Look what just happened. Hold on. Now we got the live shot from Doha again. What to do? All right, the White House. We got the White House and we got Qatar, Doha. Watch, they'll both happen at the same time. We'll do our best. The Washington Post says, in negotiations for a ceasefire and hostage deal between Israel and Hamas, Qatari officials serve as regional mediators, and they allow Hamas political leaders to maintain offices in Qatar. Qatar also hosts the largest U.S. military base in the region. U.S. officials said it was still unclear just how much the Israelis had shared beforehand about the attack amid conflicting narratives. Explosions this morning tore through what Qatar's Interior Ministry said was a Hamas residential headquarters, says the Washington Post. A Hamas official told Al Jazeera the attack had failed to take out Hamas leaders, including Khalil al-Hayya, a central figure in the group, but had killed his son and a top aide. But we don't know if that's true. The Washington Post also reports that whether the U.S. approved this Israeli attack in advance remains unclear. One U.S. official said the Israelis had told the U.S. of the impending strikes against Hamas, but had not shared details on target locations, including what country they were striking in. A person familiar with the issue told the Washington Post the U.S. had greenlit this strike in Doha on Hamas leadership. I do not know. I cannot tell you whether the U.S. The Washington Post also said an Arab intelligence official said the U.S. had okayed the attack. I do not know if the Trump administration knew about this in advance and if they okayed it. The Washington Post does say experts and former officials said it would have been difficult for Israel to carry out such an operation in a country at the center of diplomatic talks between Israel, Hamas, and mediators, and with a large U.S. military presence in the country, without coordination with Washington. Israel's former consul general in Los Angeles told the Washington Post that 100% you have no doubt that the U.S. gave the green light. The U.S. has its biggest base in the Middle East in Qatar. If a plane is taking off in Israel, they know about it. So, again, that claim is that, well, given the U.S. military presence in Qatar, Israel wouldn't do this without coordinating with the U.S. Oh, what's happening here? Hold on.
يكون على silent وممنوع التصوير بالجوال. Phones should be on silent and no photography or videography using mobile phones. Thank you.
We're about to start the news conference, it looks like, in Qatar.
We'll tell you shortly about the live.
Oh, no, maybe not. He said phones on silent. He said you're not allowed to film with your phone. But now he's bringing something to the podium. News conference from Doha. Guys, it looks like it's about to happen. News conference from Doha, Qatar. I think it might be both in Arabic and English. No, I think what he said is no video or photography with your mobile phones. I think what we're watching is maybe, this is a Reuters feed, but maybe this is some sort of official feed. But he said you can't shoot with your mobile phones. Oh, is it incense? One of our viewers said that's an incense burner, it looks like. Maybe that's something they do before their briefings there. So we have the press conference from Qatar, and we have the White House press briefing is coming up too. Any moment now. So we'll keep both on the screen. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to keep both on the screen. Thank you for being with our coverage today. I appreciate it. Cynthia Moon is moderating. Thank you, Cynthia, for moderating over there on YouTube. Matthew Kohai 3 and Surly Dev on Twitch. Paul Anderson, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley on Facebook. Linda Bell, Glary, and Misha on X. Our viewer Donna Simmons says hold on a second. Sorry, Donna. We'll have to get to your comment later. Because hold on. White House is talking. White House talking.
Update today, President Trump will commemorate the 24th anniversary of 9/11 on Thursday with a visit to the Pentagon Memorial in the morning, followed by an appearance at the New York Yankees game at Yankee Stadium in the Bronx on Thursday evening. Next week, as you all know, the President and the First Lady will depart for their historic state visit to the United Kingdom on Tuesday, and they return to Washington on Thursday. Today, I would like to address the tragedy that has not received nearly enough media attention, the brutal murder of Irina Zarutska. Here are the facts that many outlets have shamefully and intentionally failed to report until President Trump drew attention to it. On August 22nd, Irina Zarutska was stabbed to death on the rail system in Charlotte, North Carolina, by a savage career criminal. This is a public transportation system that many in the area use every single day to go to school and work. Irina was on the train that night traveling home from her job at a pizzeria, still in uniform from her shift. This beautiful, innocent 23-year-old young woman was a Ukrainian refugee who had recently fled her country for a chance at a safer life and a promising new beginning here in the United States of America. But tragically, a public transportation system in a major American city was more dangerous than the active war zone that she left. The President and the entire White House are praying for her family and friends during this unimaginably difficult time. But while we extend our thoughts and prayers, we must also seek justice for this crime and call attention to this heinous incident. Surveillance video of the killing was finally released to the public this past Friday. It shows the alleged killer, DeCarlos Brown Jr., pull out a knife, get up from his seat behind Irina, and prepare to thrust a blade into her neck before the released footage gets cut. This is pure evil on full display. The most enraging and unacceptable part of this story is that her death was entirely preventable. DeCarlos Brown never should have been on that train that night. In fact, he should have been behind bars. DeCarlos Brown has been charged with crimes no fewer than 14 times, dating back to 2011. Including for armed robbery, felony larceny, breaking and entering, and shoplifting. Brown had previously served 5 years in prison for a robbery with a deadly weapon charge, and he had also forfeited bonds 3 different times, twice in 2014 and once in 2023. Despite all of this past documented criminal history, when Brown was arrested yet again in January of this past year, a Democrat judge, who I will add was a strong supporter of former Vice President Kamala Harris, released this insane criminal once again without requiring him to pay any bail. He simply had to sign a written promise to return for his court hearing. Think about how crazy it is to ask a career criminal, someone who by definition repeatedly breaks the law, to just sign a written promise and come back again another day. This is madness. This monster should have been locked up, and Irina should still be alive. But Democrat politicians, liberal judges, and weak prosecutors would rather virtue signal than lock up criminals and protect their communities. And perhaps most shamefully of all, the majority of the media, many outlets in this room, decided that her murder was not worth reporting on originally because it does not fit a preferred narrative. Many of the journalists in this room spilled plenty of ink trying to smear Daniel Penny for defending a subway car from a deranged lunatic in New York City, but none of those same reporters lift a finger to write stories about an actual murderer. Here's the truth that every American must know. Too many innocent people across the country continue to pay the price of the failed experiment known as cashless bail that has been championed by the Democrat Party for years. All the way back in 2020, North Carolina's then Democrat Governor Roy Cooper established a so-called task force for racial equity and criminal justice. Sounds nice, but it's not. That task force was co-authored by then Attorney General and current Democrat Governor Josh Stein. It recommended, quote, reimagining public safety to, quote, promote diversion and other alternatives to arrest. It also advised to de-emphasize some felony crimes, prioritize, quote, restorative justice, and eliminate cash bail. Democrats in North Carolina and nationwide are consumed with pushing a woke, soft-on-crime agenda, no matter how many innocent Americans suffer as a result. Instead of aggressively prosecuting and locking up violent criminals, the Democrat-backed cashless bail approach lets these criminals roam free in our country to offend again and again. These reckless policies have turned many of American cities into hunting grounds for career criminals who mock our justice system, drain law enforcement resources, and wreak havoc on law-abiding citizens. Enough is enough, and that is why President Trump is doing everything in his power by taking action to undo these absurd policies. The president recently signed a powerful executive order directing the AG to submit a list of states and local jurisdictions with cashless bail policies so that the Trump administration may identify federal funds that are being provided to these states and can potentially be suspended or terminated. President Trump firmly believes that to maintain order in public safety, we must incarcerate individuals whose pending criminal charges or criminal history demonstrate a clear, ongoing risk to civil society. This is a common sense and sensible approach that the vast majority of Americans agree with, and it's time for the Democrat Party to get on board with what is right. When these criminals are caught, they must be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law and be sent to prison, where they can no longer terrorize our streets. This is the mandate the American people delivered to President Trump, and it's a mandate he intends to fulfill. Staying on the topic of public safety, new preliminary data released today by Customs and Border Protection in August shows that President Trump has delivered the most secure border in American history. For the fourth straight month, 0 illegal aliens were released into the United States by CBP. Nationwide encounters are down 93% below the peak of the Biden administration. Border Patrol apprehensions on the southwest border in the entire month of August were less than what was apprehended in 4 days in August 2024 under the Biden administration. President Trump has ended disastrous Biden illegal alien invasion, and he sealed our border in record time, keeping this central promise he made to the American public. With that, I will take your questions. Here in our new media seat today, we have Michael Schellenberger, who is the founder of Public News with nearly 2 million readers and subscribers. Michael, thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
And why don't you kick us off? Sure.
Thank you for making space for new media. Nice to meet all of you. It's great to be here. I want to see if you could give some insight whether the president is considering additional measures against Europe and Brazil, not just for censorship, but also for preventing political candidates from actually competing in elections. We've now seen in Romania, France, and now Germany with Joachim Paul.
Hey guys, I want to cut in for a second. I'm seeing some reporting about a new Hamas statement, okay? I haven't seen the statement yet, but Hamas has released a new statement. And let me just see if I can find the statement, but I'm going to tell you about the statement. Let's see here. Hamas has released a new statement. All right, here's what they said. According to, for example, Barak Ravid reports that Hamas said that they said 5 of its members were killed, including the son of the chief negotiator Khalil al-Hayya. But they said Israel failed in its attempt to kill the negotiations team. So Hamas is claiming that 5 Hamas members were killed in the Israeli strike, but they said that Israel had failed to assassinate the group's negotiations team. That's what they said. I don't know if that's true. So let me try to find some more about that. I'm going to get back to the White House audio because I'm expecting someone to ask the press secretary about the attack in Qatar. So let me get the audio back on that.
Sure that countries around the world are not punishing their citizens in this way, and at the same time, the president is, while he's leveraging the United States to safeguard our interests, while he's leveraging the United States to safeguard our interests abroad, he's also making sure that freedom of speech remains here in the United States of America. So I don't have any additional actions to preview for you today, but I can tell you this is a priority for the administration, and the president is unafraid to use the economic might, the military might of the United States of America to protect free speech around the world.
Quick follow-up to that?
Sure.
Quick follow-up, which is just, there was a Reuters story saying that the Trump administration was looking at this Europe-U.S. trade deal as one of the sticking points, this issue of the censorship, not just of U.S. platforms, of Americans. Do you have any updates on how those trade talks are going? And I also wonder if the president is concerned about NATO membership. NATO membership requires that you be a democracy and you have free speech. is it possible that some of these actions that we've seen in Romania, France, and Germany would disqualify those countries from being in NATO after this?
I have not heard the president discuss NATO membership in regards to this issue in particular, but I have heard him discuss the issue of free speech and the importance of free speech with foreign leaders around the world, including the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. When we were in Scotland, the president brought this up and how important it is for the Prime Minister to protect free speech in the UK and in various conversations with other world leaders. So he brings it up, and I think the entire world knows that this is a priority for the President of the United States. Gabe.
Thank you, Caroline. Regarding the Israeli strike in Doha, how much time or how much of a heads up did the U.S. get, and does the president support the strike?
Sure. Well, I have a statement to read for all of you with respect to the Israeli strike in Doha, and here it is. This morning, the Trump administration was notified by the United States military that as Israel was attacking Hamas, which very unfortunately was located in a section of Doha, the capital of Qatar. Unilaterally bombing inside Qatar, a sovereign nation and close ally of the United States that is working very hard and bravely taking risks with us to broker peace, does not advance Israel or America's goals. However, eliminating Hamas, who have profited off the misery of those living in Gaza, is a worthy goal. President Trump immediately directed Special Envoy Witkoff to inform the Qataris of the impending attack, which he did. The president views Qatar as a strong ally and friend of the United States and feels very badly about the location of this attack. President Trump wants all of the hostages in Gaza and the bodies of the dead released, and this war to end now. President Trump also spoke to Prime Minister Netanyahu after the attack. The Prime Minister told President Trump that he wants to make peace, and quickly. President Trump believes this unfortunate incident could serve as an opportunity for peace. The president also spoke to the Emir and Prime Minister of Qatar and thanked them for their support and friendship to our country. He assured them that such a thing will not happen again on their soil.
To be clear, the president disagrees with the location of the strike and that he passed that along to the Prime Minister Netanyahu.
The president just confirmed that in the statement that I just read to you, which I spoke with him about before coming out here. Jackie.
Thank you, Caroline. So is the president upset with Netanyahu now?
The president made his thoughts and concerns about this very clear, and he spoke again both to Prime Minister Netanyahu and also the Emir and the Prime Minister of Qatar after this attack. And the president has always made it very clear that he wants peace in the Middle East, just like he sought that and accomplished that in his first term. He expects all of our allies and friends in the region, that includes both Qatar and Israel, to seek peace as well. And he wants to see that happen, and he's working with all of our allies in the region to get that done.
Are there any consequences, so to speak, for Netanyahu doing this, as it sounds, against the president's wishes, or at least his belief that it was appropriate? Is there going to be any directive from the president to Netanyahu in terms of what's allowed in the future? And also, is there any concern this could jeopardize the Abraham Accords?
Look, that's a decision only the president can make. With respect to your first question, to answer your second question, as you heard from the president, he said he believes that this can serve as an opportunity for peace, and he's still actively and aggressively pursuing it with all of our allies and partners in the region. Jennifer.
Just to follow up on that, Caroline, are you able to say how often the president spoke to the Prime Minister of Israel before this? Because that's one question. And then what did he mean on Sunday when he posted, "I've given my last warning to Hamas," etc.? He wasn't talking about this strike on Doha?
No, he was not. As I told you, the Trump administration was notified by the United States military that Israel was attacking Hamas, and the president spoke to the Prime Minister after the attack, as well as, again, the Emir and the Prime Minister of Qatar. And I know Secretary Rubio and Special Envoy Witkoff were present for that call with the Qataris as well. Reagan.
Thanks, Caroline. I have two questions for you on the crime crackdown.
Sure.
Democrats have tried to argue that red states have higher crime rates while overlooking problems of high crime in blue cities. I'm wondering if the president would consider working with red state governors to fix high crime in blue cities like in Memphis, Tennessee.
So first of all, I want to get to the premise of your question, Reagan, which is being pushed by Democrats, that there is crime in red states. Of course, there is crime in all states, but the crime in these cities is all in cities that are run by Democrats. If you look at the list of the top 20 high crime cities in the United States, every single one, with the exception of one in Louisiana, is run by a Democrat. And these Democrats have supported the same policies that I spoke about at the beginning of this briefing, like cashless bail. If you look at a red state, Mississippi, but a Democrat-run city in that state, Jackson, in 2019, Jackson, Mississippi eliminated cash bail for virtually all misdemeanor cases. And while Jackson is not formally a sanctuary city, the state of Mississippi formally banned sanctuary cities, and this city has acted as a de facto sanctuary city for criminals and illegal aliens since 2017. Same thing, Birmingham, Alabama, a Democrat-run city in a red state. In 2017, the Birmingham City Council unanimously passed a resolution, quote, committing to establish sanctuary policies. So if you actually look at the facts from these Democrat-run cities, these are cities that are run by Democrats and by by members of the Democrat Party. These are blue cities, and they have all supported these disastrous policies which allow repeated career criminals back onto the streets to further commit acts of violence. And so to answer your question, yes, the president wants to work with anyone across this country who wants to end these horrible policies and to bring law and order to our streets. And I think that is proven by his tremendous cooperation with the mayor of Washington, D.C. and our nation's capital. And just look at the results of that. And I do have some updates for you on the D.C. crime crackdown if anyone is interested. There have been a total of 2,177 arrests made since the start of the operation on August 7th. Just last night, there were 57 arrests made in Washington, D.C. Of the 57 arrests, there were 14 illegal aliens who were arrested, many of whom had prior criminal histories. And other arrests just last night in our nation's capital, so you all can be very grateful for this. Our great men and women of law enforcement, both federal and local, working together as they should, made an arrest on a warrant for assault with the intent to kill. The subject shot 2 adult males after an altercation. They made an arrest on a warrant for an armed carjacking. The subject assaulted an adult male in the face with a firearm and then took his keys. We also made an arrest on a warrant for simple assault and the destruction of property and subsequently charged with second-degree theft. Last night in D.C., there was an arrest for possession of a controlled substance with second-degree theft. There was an arrest for possession of a controlled substance with the intent to distribute that subject. The person is also a subject of interest in a homicide and a carjacking. Last night in D.C., we also arrested a felon in possession of a firearm who was carrying that firearm without a license. So these are the career criminals. These are the bad guys that we are picking up in Washington, D.C. every day. The president would love to do this in every Democrat-run city across the country, and he hopes that more Democrats will call the White House to allow us to help them.
One more that's D.C. specific. Congress is poised to not extend Trump's federalization of the D.C. police. Mayor Bowser signed an executive order formalizing cooperation with federal forces. You just mentioned all the success that the operation has had. Does the White House believe that the Mayor Bowser's action is enough to continue the crime crackdown?
We are very grateful for the mayor's cooperation in this effort, and we look forward to continuing to work with her and the Metropolitan Police Department. Bloomberg.
Thanks, Caroline. The president says, he was planning to speak with Putin soon. Can we expect a phone call between the two leaders this week?
I don't have any phone calls to read out between you, the president, and any other foreign leaders. Ed.
Thanks, Carolyn. I'm going to ask about the benchmark revisions that came out. If you look at the revisions between March of 2024 and March of 2025, and you do a little math, it averages out to 73,000 jobs roughly per month added.
All right, I want to cut in here for a second. Let me cut in here for a second. So that was a really interesting statement we heard from the White House. The statement that saying that President Trump did not approve of the location of this attack by Israel, that he approves that he's okay with the idea of going after Hamas, but he did not support this strike in Qatar. That's at least what the White House is saying. So I actually would like to replay, if we can, I want to replay that statement from the press secretary. That was really interesting. So let me get that on the screen. But what I have to do that is I'm going to do it this way. Hold on. I think it's worth a replay. But let me do this. See, are they asking? I wanted to see also, are they still, they might ask more about Qatar.
fourth quarter. When can we expect these numbers to increase?
No.
Well, first, we need accurate numbers. We need.
All right. So, hang on. Let me get up on the screen right now a replay. So if we get rid of this for the moment, we can bring that back. Then I'm going to put this here. Then I'm going to shrink this down a bit. And then I want to replay. All right, give me a second here. Let me just queue up. I want to, again, show you that statement that the White House made about Qatar, about the Israeli attack on Hamas leadership in Qatar. Again, this is the first Israeli attack in Qatar, I believe, ever. This is a country that has been mediating, working as a go-between between Israel and Hamas. And for years, Hamas officials have been allowed to live in Qatar, and with the assumption that Israel would never attack them there. But that all changed today. I'm getting this statement for you. Oh, here it is. Here it is. I'm going to replay the statement from the White House about this. Okay, this is here, moments ago at the White House. Check out this statement from the White House about President Trump's view, what they're saying his view is, about, oops, not moments, it's moments ago, about the Israeli strike in Qatar today. While we wait for the press conference from Qatar.
States. Gabe.
Thank you, Caroline. Regarding the Israeli strike in Doha, how much time, or how much of a heads up did the U.S. get, and does the president support the strike?
Sure. Well, I have a statement to read for all of you with respect to the Israeli strike in Doha, and here it is. This morning, the Trump administration was notified by the United States military that as Israel was attacking Hamas, which very unfortunately was located in a section of Doha, the capital of Qatar. Unilaterally bombing inside Qatar, a sovereign nation and close ally of the United States that is working very hard and bravely taking risks with us to broker peace, does not advance Israel or America's goals. However, eliminating Hamas, who have profited off the misery of those living in Gaza, is a worthy goal. President Trump immediately directed Special Envoy Witkoff to inform the Qataris of the impending attack, which he did. The president views Qatar as a strong ally and friend of the United States and feels very badly about the location of this attack. President Trump wants all of the hostages in Gaza and the bodies of the dead released, and this war to end now. President Trump also spoke to Prime Minister Netanyahu after the attack. The Prime Minister told President Trump that he wants to make peace, and quickly. President Trump believes this unfortunate incident could serve as an opportunity for peace. The president also spoke to the Emir and Prime Minister of Qatar and thanked them for their support and friendship to our country. He assured them that such a thing will not happen again on their soil.
And to be clear, the president disagrees with the location of the strike. And
again, the statement says that President Trump thinks this is an unfortunate incident, did not agree with the location, did not support it being conducted there, said that this strike doesn't help U.S. or Israeli interests, and assured Qatar it would not, the U.S. has assured Qatar it won't happen again. C. Ayers thinks it's surprising that Trump said he is unhappy with Netanyahu over this attack. I mean, that was certainly a stronger statement against it than I was expecting. Now, did the U.S. know about this, and did the U.S. really not know about it in advance? That I don't know. But, I mean, at least publicly, President Trump came out against this strike in Qatar. But he did also say that it was like a worthy thing a worthy goal going after Hamas. So that was quite interesting to hear that statement from the White House. Mr. Devil thinks the U.S. knew in advance. Sherry thinks Trump is playing both sides. I'm going to play that statement one more time because I just think it's so interesting. All right, hold on. I'm going to play that statement one more time. If I can. Oops.
Did he pass that along?
Here we go. Mitchell Pilot, thank you, Mitchell Pilot. Mitchell Pilot thinks the statement was worded perfectly to make it unclear, to make you more confused on how Trump really feels about it. Thanks, Mitchell Pilot, by the way. Also, Dolores Wilson, our member. Mr. Ray Romantico, thanks for the memberships. I really appreciate that. Thank you also, Missouri, and for your support, Missouri Mahler as well. Now, Missouri Mahler says, you took out our leadership, but we still want to negotiate with who is left. Well, so I don't know if Mr. Missouri Mahler was referring to this. Another part of the statement is saying that President Trump thinks that this unfortunate incident can serve as an opportunity for peace. Remember, it's being reported that people targeted included the negotiators. Thanks, Space Fraggle and Inked Patriot, by the way. Okay, so let me just play this again. Again, this is important. We're waiting for the press conference from Doha, which hasn't happened yet. We've been waiting for a while for that. But we have the live shot on the screen from Doha, but from Qatar. But let's just listen once again to the statement from the White House about what President Trump thought about this.
The Israeli strike in Doha, how much time or how much of a heads up did the U.S. get, and does the president support the strike?
Sure. Well, I have a statement to read for all of you with respect to the Israeli strike in Doha, and here it is. This morning, the Trump administration was notified by the United States military that as Israel was attacking Hamas, which very unfortunately was located in a section of Doha, the capital of Qatar. Unilaterally bombing inside Qatar, a sovereign nation and close ally of the United States that is working very hard and bravely taking risks with us to broker peace, does not advance Israel or America's goals. However, eliminating Hamas, who have profited off the misery of those living in Gaza, is a worthy goal. President Trump immediately directed Special Envoy Witkoff to inform the Qataris of the impending attack, which he did. The president views Qatar as a strong ally and friend of the United States and feels very badly about the location of this attack. President Trump wants all of the hostages in Gaza and the bodies of the dead released, and this war to end now. President Trump also spoke to Prime Minister Netanyahu after the attack. The Prime Minister told President Trump that he wants to make peace, and quickly. President Trump believes this unfortunate incident could serve as an opportunity for peace. The president also spoke to the Emir and Prime Minister of Qatar and thanked them for their support and friendship to our country. He assured them that such a thing will not happen again on their soil.
To be clear, the president disagrees with the look.
I want to point out, some of our viewers are pointing out this thing told by the military. So let me show you what some of our viewers are talking about here.
Or how much of a heads up did the U.S. get, and does the president support the strike?
Sure. Well, I have a statement to read for all of you with respect
I'll show you this part
to
some
the
of our
Israeli
viewers
strike in
are
Doha.
talking about.
Here it is. This morning, the Trump administration was notified by the United States military that as Israel was attacking Hamas, which
so some of our viewers are pointed out that she said the administration was notified by the military. So that doesn't, strictly speaking, that doesn't tell you whether did the military just detect it or did Israel tell the military about it. You know, it doesn't say. You know, so that in itself does not say whether Israel told the U.S. about it or not. So whatever you think actually happened, that statement does not specify. But it is an interesting point that several of our viewers made in the chat about her saying the military said that the U.S. military told the Trump administration. Array thinks their military told the U.S. military. All right, so we're waiting for the press conference. Do you want to go back and see the press conference? The press briefing is still live, so I can play you some more of the live press briefing here. I thought there might be some more questions about Qatar. I haven't seen them.
Urge him to not go through with it, or do they only speak afterwards?
Again, I read you a statement. The Trump administration, and this has been the practice of the federal government for decades, and
I'll play a little more of the live press conference to see if there's any more questions about Qatar.
Immigration and Nationality Act states that immigration officers can briefly stop an individual to question them about their immigration status if the officer has reasonable suspicion that the individual is illegally present in the United States. And reasonable suspicion is not just based on race, it's based on a totality of the circumstances to review. And I will tell you, I spoke to our border czar about this morning. When ICE goes...
I want to mention something. A couple of YouTube viewers said they were getting ads. I don't run ads during the stream. So if you are getting an ad on YouTube or on another platform during the stream, not at the start of the stream, during the stream, that's a mistake by the platform. I'm sorry. I would actually maybe message YouTube about it. But I do not put ads in the middle of the stream. So I'm sorry if you're getting that. But now maybe there's some ad running on the side or something, but I don't stop the broadcast. It should not, nothing should be interfering with the broadcast. So ads in the chat, some people said they got ads in the chat. I don't know what's going on, but I don't put them in the middle of the stream. So I'll have to look into it, but again, you know, that's something I don't have that turned on, to have ads popping up in the middle, to have ads like happening in the middle of the stream. But I don't know, I'll have to, you know, if you want to send me a screenshot or something, but again, just so you know, you should not, the stream should just play straight through.
Goes out to conduct a targeted operation to deport illegal criminals from our community. They are doing so with intelligence. They are doing so with law enforcement sources. They are doing so in most cases.
This Birmingham. So given that, what's your response to criticism from the left that Trump is targeting black mayors? Isn't he just trying to...
Hold on. So I see the camera moving. All right, so what happened? What happened with the camera now? Why did the camera? This has been the weirdest thing with the Doha, with the Qatar press conference. I mean, this press conference was announced like over 2 hours ago, I think, and it still hasn't started. And once in a while the camera goes down and then it comes back up, and then the camera just pointed down. So why did the camera point down and go out? I'm still not even clear that they're allowing coverage. But we're still hearing audio, though. I can still hear the audio from it. You guys can hear the audio. Can you hear the audio? That's from the room, I think. All right, so it looks like the stream just ended from... All right, I got to check up on this. So AFP is now saying their stream ended of the Qatar press conference, but the stream never happened. Did Qatar say they're not going to allow it live? And then Reuters has a feed of it. But Reuters and AFP both had feeds of it, and they're both not live right now. So I'm confused as to what's going on with the Qatar press conference. But two different news agencies I had the feed of have been showing the feed from the room, and neither of them is showing it right now. Let's see what happens. By the way, a quick thank you to Campa Palau. Campa Palau. Campa Palau. Thanks for your support. Jiggle Jess, Mr. Ray Romantico, and Miss Mary. Thank you so much. Also, Drunk Can't Cook. Thanks so much for being a 2-year subscriber on Twitch. And Guy from the 207, thank you. So very confusing with this press conference that we've been waiting for a couple hours from Qatar, and I don't see it either on Reuters or AFP, or AP for that matter. So I don't know if Qatar decided to not allow live stream of their press conference. Oh, what is this? Hold on a second here. Hold on. Kay thinks Qatar was disrespected. Oh. I have an update, guys. Look, this is from Qatar. I didn't know this was here. Oh, hold on a second. Hang on. Hold on. Oh, I think we might be getting the feedback. Are we getting the feedback from Doha? I don't know. While we wait to see if we get the feedback from Doha before they start their press conference, there's a press release from the Qatar Ministry of the Interior. Look at this. Statement from the Ministry of the Interior of Qatar regarding the Israeli targeting of residential premises housing a number of members of the political bureau of Hamas in the Qatari capital. Remember, Israel had never attacked in Qatar before. Qatar has been acting as a mediator in the conflict between Israel and Hamas, and for years, it had been widely assumed that Israel would not attack Hamas in Qatar. That changed today. The Ministry of Interior announces that the explosions heard in various parts of Doha this afternoon, Tuesday, were the result of an Israeli strike targeting residential compounds housing members of the political bureau of Hamas in the Qatari capital. According to the preliminary reports, the attack resulted in the death of a member of the Qatari Internal Security Force who was killed while carrying out his duties at the site, in addition to several injuries among security personnel. So Qatar says one of its security forces was killed and several others were injured. Oops, sorry, that's supposed to be off. Relevant authorities continue to survey and secure the targeted area with the explosives unit of the security force, implementing field procedures in accordance with approved contingency plans to ensure effective containment and control of the situation. The Ministry of the Interior, in coordination with the Internal Security Force, affirms it is closely monitoring developments and taking all necessary measures to guarantee the safety of citizens and residents, which always remains a top priority. The Qatari Foreign Ministry already released a statement criticizing this strike. This is from the Interior Ministry. But the Interior Minister says that a member of the Qatari security forces was killed and several others were injured. The Reuters reported that since the war started between Israel and Hamas, Qatar has been providing security at this location, which is a residential complex where Hamas leaders, I guess, live and work. So that is, again, though, it's a security force member from Qatar was killed and several injured in this Israeli strike. We're waiting to see if we're going to get... Oh, I'm seeing that. Is the press conference going on? I think the press conference is happening now in that they're not live streaming it. Because I just saw Amakai Stein with Jerusalem Post says Qatar says the reports we received an early warning about the attack are lies. We received a call from an American official source during the explosions in Doha. Is that happening right now? It's not being live streamed. Hang on a moment. Yeah, so again, I saw another Israeli source report that too. I don't know if that's coming from a news conference or not, but let's see. Also, well, let me see if I see that report from Channel 12. I'm seeing some new reporting. Oh, I got it. The statement was posted. The statement was actually posted by the Qatari foreign minister. All right, hold on a second. Let me show you here. Qatari foreign ministry spokesman. Here's the statement. The new statement from the Qatari foreign ministry spokesman. Check it out. Hold on. Let me show you this. Oh, I have a live shot from Doha as well. Okay. Hang on. Sorry for the delay. It's confusing with all of this going on. So here is a live shot from Doha, and I want to read you this new statement from the Qatari Foreign Ministry spokesman. All right, so that's Doha right there. Here is the statement from, is this going to work? Right there. That's from the Qatari Foreign Ministry spokesman. The statements being circulated about Qatar being informed of the attack in advance are baseless. The communication received from one of the American officials came during the sound of explosions resulting from the Israeli attack in Doha. The White House statement said that as soon as the Trump administration heard, they told Qatar. Lightball says 1 second heads up. I can't confirm. I cannot confirm what happened, but just showing you these statements. This is from all right. So, oh, thanks, by the way, to Bonnie Goodwin for your support. And also, hang on. Mr. Ray Romantico. Here again is what the White House had to say about this. You can see they've posted the statement on their social media. This is what the White House had to say about the strike in Doha.
I have a statement to read for all of you with respect to the Israeli strike in Doha, and here it is. This morning, the Trump administration was notified by the United States military that as Israel was attacking Hamas, which very unfortunately was located in a section of Doha, the capital of Qatar. Unilaterally bombing inside Qatar, a sovereign nation and close ally of the United States that is working very hard and bravely taking risks with us to broker peace, does not advance Israel or America's goals. However, eliminating Hamas, who have profited off the misery of those living in Gaza, is a worthy goal. President Trump immediately directed Special Envoy Witkoff to inform the Qataris of the impending attack, which he did. The president views Qatar as a strong ally and friend of the United States and feels very badly about the location of this attack. President Trump wants all of the hostages in Gaza and the bodies of the dead released, and this war to end now. President Trump also spoke to Prime Minister Netanyahu after the attack. The Prime Minister told President Trump that he wants to make peace, and quickly. President Trump believes this unfortunate incident could serve as an opportunity for peace. The president also spoke to the Emir and Prime Minister of Qatar and thanked them for their support and friendship to our country. He assured them that such a thing will not happen again on their soil.
All right. So again, that's what the U.S. said. Hey, thanks to Shaft for the memberships. I appreciate it, Shaft. To repeat, Qatar says that they did not get advance notice and that an American official told them about this during the sound of explosions resulting from the Israeli attack. So the thing I'm waiting on is it's still Reuters still says that the that the press conference from Doha is coming up. AFP also says that the press conference from Doha is coming up. So we're still waiting for the press conference from Qatar. Washington Post says, just a little summary, Israel carried out an attack targeting senior Hamas leadership in Doha, Qatar today. Doha is the heart of talks to mediate a deal to end the Gaza war. Explosions tore through what Qatar's interior ministry said was a Hamas residential headquarters. Hamas, in a statement, said the attack failed to take out Hamas leaders, but killed his son and a top aide. Oh, that was an older statement. There was an updated statement from Hamas, which I mentioned. Did they ever actually post that on their account? Yeah, multiple outlets said Hamas reported that Hamas says, for example, according to Barak Ravid, Hamas said that Israel failed to assassinate the group's negotiations team. Hamas said that 5 of its members were killed. I don't know, we'll have to see. Were any Hamas leaders killed? We don't know. We'll have to see. They might say they're not killed, and it turns out that they were killed, so we don't know. But President Trump coming out with a statement saying that he is upset about this. Grant 74P, thanks for subscribing. I saw your comment too. Yeah, Grant, we have covered press conferences from Qatar, so I'm not aware. It's certainly, in my experience, it's not that they don't live stream press conferences, because I know we've covered press conferences from Qatar. It's been kind of confusing what's happening with this press conference. I've been hearing about it for hours, and then the feed keeps coming in and out. We get the feed, and then the feed goes down, and then it comes back up, and it's just confusing. But I don't believe it's happened yet. Tricia Liderson says it was happening as Qatar was informed. That's what Qatar says. Thank you, by the way, to Chuck Mosca for subscribing and Robert Rial II for subscribing over there on YouTube. So, as far as I'm aware, though, the press conference has not happened yet in Qatar. I would love to be able to show you that. I do not know how this is going to, I mean, will Hamas leaders still be willing to even stay in Qatar? Now, remember, President Trump in the statement said he assured that the U.S. assured Qatar this won't happen again. If you're a Hamas leader, are you going to trust that this won't happen again? Also, I think the other country, I believe, where sometimes Hamas leaders are, is in Turkey. I should see if Turkey Foreign Ministry has released a statement. Ryan Martin says he is upset with Israel. Wow. Oh, I have the statement from Turkey. Turkey Foreign Ministry. Right here. We strongly denounce Israel's attack targeting the Hamas negotiating delegation in Doha, the capital of Qatar. Targeting the Hamas delegation while ceasefire negotiations are ongoing clearly demonstrates that Israel seeks not peace but the continuation of war, says Turkey. With this attack, Qatar, a mediator in the ceasefire talks, has now been added to the list of countries targeted by Israel in the region. This constitutes clear evidence of Israel's expansionist policies and its adoption of terrorism as a state policy. We stand in solidarity with Qatar in the face of this heinous attack targeting its sovereignty and security. We reiterate our call on the international community to exert pressure on Israel to halt its ongoing aggression in Palestine and across the region. Lee Mitchell thinks that Qatar was warned in advance and they don't seem angry about the situation. I don't know. It seems like the statements of Qatar to me Lee thinks that they're not that angry about it, Qatar. I don't agree with you, Lee. If you're talking about Qatar. I mean, because this is a big deal for them. Qatar, they have for years made an effort to portray themselves as a neutral country that could mediate conflicts. So this is not going to help them be a country that mediates conflicts if other countries don't feel that they can have a safe place to do negotiations there. The New York Times also says that the country's political and economic stability hinges on its reputation as a haven for business and tourism in a volatile region. So, I mean, I would certainly think Qatar is not happy about it. Phelps thinks Qatar believes that they're upset and their country can no longer be seen as a safe meeting spot. I still don't know what's going on with the news conference from Qatar. It supposedly is going to happen. I have 2 news agencies that say they're going to show footage of it, but I haven't seen it yet. JSCO says Qatar knows they should not harbor Hamas leadership in their country. The thing is, though, I believe that the understanding before today, the understanding for years has been that Hamas personnel would not be targeted in Qatar. That's this understanding that I believe that Qatar had with Israel. It's been like that for years. You might not agree with it, but that's been the understanding for years. Another thing is if Qatar had this understanding with Israel and then Israel suddenly breaks it, then, that also makes it harder for Qatar to itself negotiate for Israel and also acts as a go-between. Because if somebody, if Qatar says to another country, hey, we want to be an in-between for you and Israel, and you should reach a deal with Israel, they'll say, well, why should we trust Israel? You trusted Israel, and then and you said people are going to be safe in your country, and then Israel just launched an attack in your country. So I certainly doesn't think it makes, a negotiation with Israel easier. MJ thinks the recent terror attack pushed it over the edge and it was a decapitation strike. Yeah, there was an attack, a terrible shooting attack on the outskirts of Jerusalem on Monday where 6 Israelis were killed and I think around 20 injured. And Hamas said that the 2 people who carried it out, who were Palestinians, I believe from the West Bank, Hamas said they were Hamas members and claimed responsibility for it. Now, but at the same time, unfortunately, terror attacks by Palestinians on Israeli citizens have been a fairly regular occurrence over the last couple of years. So I don't know that in and of itself led to this to happen. I would also, it seems, I find it hard to believe that, I don't know. But, it seems like a very fast operation if it went from Israel having no plans to do this on Monday to then the shooting attack happens and Israel throws this all together, in a couple hours or something? That seems, I guess it could happen, but I have my doubts that this was thrown together in a few hours. Hey guys, again, to people on YouTube, some people on YouTube said they got pop-up ads in the chat. Just so you know, I'm literally looking at my YouTube settings for this broadcast, as it always is. And I have checked, I do not check the box that says let YouTube insert mid-rolls for you. It is unchecked. I choose how mid-rolls appear, insert mid-rolls manually, and I don't insert them. So I do apologize, but if you're getting them, some people said they're getting them, I do not run mid-roll ads during live streams. So I'm sorry, but I don't know what's going on. My settings are the same as they always are. Maybe it's some new thing they're doing in the chat that they haven't done before. It's the first I'm hearing about this. I've never heard about it before. Adam Campbell says it's happening on other channels. D, one of our viewers said D said it showed up on another live streamer yesterday. So again, maybe it's some new thing they're doing. I don't know. I've never heard about this before. No one's ever talked about it before in the chat. Derek Shelton says it's something new. I've watched this for years and it's never been like that. Yeah, so I don't. Maybe it sounds like maybe it's something new thing that YouTube is trying. I don't know. So I do apologize. So I'm still. Obviously, I'd really like to get you the press conference coverage. It's still unclear for me unclear to me when that'll happen. Evelyn in Maine sent me an article that says this whole episode makes Israel look more isolated than ever. Donna Simmons, our viewer, says the U.S. has a base in Qatar. They have radar. They would have known the strike was coming. Hey, I have an update for you about a different story. This is a different story. So there was a horrible murder recently in Charlotte on the light rail where a passenger just killed another passenger randomly. Attorney General Pam Bondi, and it's gotten a lot of, I'll just say, it has become a political hot button issue, I guess, for many people. Pam Bondi just posted that she has directed her attorneys to federally prosecute DeCarlos Brown Jr. Now, I don't know, he's being prosecuted in North Carolina. Is what he did, are there federal laws that apply here? Normally it would be a state prosecution. So I don't know this is not clear to me under what kind of laws they are going to prosecute DeCarlos Brown Jr. under. Some of our viewers are saying hate crime. Well, I'm not an expert on federal law. I'm not aware at this point of that there is compelling evidence that it is a hate crime. I don't believe that the state authorities have said that. And I also don't know what laws are. Maybe the state has hate crime laws. So I just don't know what to make of this. Again, I'm not a lawyer, but just so you know, she just posted that she has directed attorneys to federally prosecute him. And President Trump has spoken about it, and it was the first thing I think talked about in the White House press briefing today. So this is certainly something that the White House is talking about in the last day or so a lot. But we're not. It's not the topic today. But I just wanted to mention that. By the way, a quick thanks to Shane. Thank you, Shane. And also End Stage Feminism, our viewer. And Corey Falcon from the Philippines, who says, it happens all the time. Arabs harshly condemn. Also, Shaft for the members. Crypto King. Thanks for shouting out the mods. I need to shout them out again. Thank you, Rule. Thank you, Rule, for your support. Also, thanks to our moderators, Beth Mythical. Thank you for moderating. Sabrina. Matthew Kohai 3, Matthew Kohai 3, 13 Alamo, I got that fire. Surly Dev. Kay Lowry, Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson on Facebook, Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. So again, the thing we're waiting for right now is this, to see if there's going to be a press conference from, there's still supposed to be a press conference from Qatar, but I believe it hasn't started yet. So we're waiting for it. Thank you also, Ronald Kane, for the memberships. We may do more coverage of a different story later today or tonight. I have to look into it. We haven't done a stream on Nepal yet. We might, depending on developments there. I'm not covering it on this stream. It's too much. This stream is just on this topic. But again, still waiting for this press conference. Al Arabiya says, Jordan says that Israeli planes did not cross Jordanian airspace to carry out the attack in Qatar. A Shark Middle Eastern news outlet says the Egyptian president, Sisi, says the Israeli attack on Qatar is a provocative aggression against the sovereignty of an Arab state. Thanks, by the way, to Chris D. Thank you, Chris D, for your support, and also Razila Streaming Network. Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? I think I got this wrong. Poland, I'm sorry. Corey Falcon is from Poland, not the Philippines. Sorry, Corey, that's my mistake. Thank you so much, Corey Falcon. My mistake. Hey, the camera's moving around in Doha, by the way. I don't know. I mean, it may take even days to really know for sure if Hamas leaders have been killed. A recent statement from Hamas denied its negotiating team had been killed. And they said that 5 members of Hamas had been killed. But we don't know if that's true. If maybe some of them have been killed and they're just not saying it yet. So let's talk about timing here. So it is 2:49 p.m. So I figured that the press conference from Qatar would happen earlier, but it hasn't happened yet. So when we hit 3 o'clock, at 3 o'clock I need to disappear for a few minutes because there's a work-related thing I need to do, which I had scheduled for 3 o'clock. And I'll be here. But what I think I'm going to do shortly, in about 5 minutes, is I'm going to disappear for a few minutes, and I'll keep an eye on things, and I'll leave the stream up. And if the press conference starts, I'll just put the press conference on the screen. But the press conference has not started yet. That's what I'm waiting for. So that's what I'm going to do in a couple minutes, but I have to go do that. So, and I haven't even eaten I haven't eaten a bite all day. So, but I do want to wait a few minutes just to see if we can get you this press conference. Okay. Actually, I'm going to take a minute right now as the camera moves around. Give me 1 minute. I'm coming right back in a minute. I need 1 minute. Camera is moving. Camera is moving. The camera is shifting. All right, give me 1 minute. I'm coming right back. Thanks for your patience. Again, no yet. There has not yet been a press conference from Qatar. We are still expecting one. Also, I think what I'm going to do is, with this shot, it's better for you if I can maybe move it up a little bit. Maybe I should move the whole shot up a little bit. Oh, that's better. That's nicer if I do it that way. That's the shot from Qatar, from Doha. Actually, I can move it up more because the bottom doesn't really, the top doesn't, there's not a lot in the top. Okay, so guys, here's what I need to do. Here's the plan. Here is the plan right now. So I want to still see if we can get to this press conference. I have to take a short break right now because, as I mentioned, there's a quick thing I need to do related to the channel, which I had scheduled for 3, which is in 4 minutes. But I'm going to keep an eye on things. And if I see the press conference coming on, I'll come in and I'll throw it up on the screen for you, okay? Otherwise, I'll just come back after. So let me do that. But I'll keep an eye out for the press conference. So thanks for your patience. Thanks to our moderators as well. Now what? Hold on. Just got to reopen the chat window here. Hold on. Thanks to Fortune, our member, by the way. All right, so give me a few minutes. Let me go do this. I'll keep an eye out for the press conference, and I'll come back after a short break. Okay, guys? Thanks for your understanding. And I'll leave the live shot up from Doha. Sorry for that interruption. So, all right, here's where we stand on this. So, the big thing I'm waiting for, normally I think at this point I would wrap up the stream, or I would have wrapped it up 20 minutes ago, but we still haven't gotten that news conference from Qatar yet, and it's still supposed to be happening. Reuters has it posted, AFP has it posted, but I have no idea when it's going to be. What time is it in Qatar right now? It's 10 p.m. It's 10:08 p.m. So I'd like to get that to you. I still haven't eaten anything. So it's kind of a weird situation. I'm going to have to eat something. No, we're not doing other coverage now. We might do another stream later today. We're not doing other coverage of another story right now. We just, I can't do it. I need to eat something at some point. But I would like to get you that press conference if it's happening. I just haven't heard any word about it. But it's still posted that it's coming up. They haven't said it's canceled. What is this? Oh, there's a press conference coming up on the Charlotte stabbing? What's going on with that? Now I'm really confused. Give me a second. There's supposed to be an English translation of the Qatar conference, but we don't know when that's going to be. Now I'm really confused. Hold on a second. There's too much happening. I still haven't eaten a thing. This is non-ideal. Wait, where's my other... I got to grab my phone. Hold on a second. Give me 2 seconds. Just 2 seconds. Hold on. Hang on. I'm just hearing about that now. Oh, the DOJ is going to have a press conference at 3:30? I guess that's what's happening. From what I'm seeing. I almost want to do a different stream for that. If I got off and came back on, I could do a stream. But then it's like it might be a 5-minute press conference. Because people don't know I'm covering it. I think maybe we should, I don't even know. I don't know what to do. I got to decide soon. All right, I think I should wrap up this stream right now and do a stream on the Charlotte stabbing press conference. That's what I think we should do. That's what I think we should do. But I got to do it really fast if I do it. Okay? No, I'm not. I want to do a different stream. I don't. This is a different stream. All right. So I'm gonna wrap up. I think I'm gonna wrap up this stream. Let me do that. We'll do a different, and we're gonna start a new stream. Okay. So actually, I can maybe set it up right now. Maybe I can send you automatically to the new stream. If I set it up right now, let's see here. If you give me a second, I'll try to set up the new stream right now. Let's see if I can do this quickly. It's going to have to be very fast. Kind of feels like it deserves its own stream. And I have no idea how long we'll be sitting here waiting for this other press conference. Okay, that's done. Can I get all this set up? Give me a moment. We're still live on this stream. Hang on one moment. Okay, I think I'm setting up the new stream right now. I got to get it going here. And I'll set up that you guys can be taken over to it automatically. You can just go automatically over there. Okay, I'm putting it in right now. Okay, the new stream is getting posted now. Okay, now I'm going to set it up so you guys automatically get taken to the new stream. I'm doing this right now. Settings. No, we don't want that. Redirect. Okay. Oh, and let me just post the link to it. So we're jumping to the Charlotte stabbing press conference. Coming up, live coverage, Charlotte stabbing press conference. Okay, guys, I'm going to wrap up this stream right now, but just a couple of minutes after I wrap this up, we're going to come right back on the air with the new stream for the Charlotte press conference. If you're watching on YouTube, you will automatically be taken to the new stream if you're watching on YouTube. All right, so come back in like 2 minutes after I end this up and join me on the new stream. I'm sorry to end it so quick, but I got to get over there and do this. I got to get over there quickly, okay? So I really appreciate you being here for the stream. Thanks to the moderators. Thanks to everybody who supported the channel. But I'm coming back on in like 2 minutes. So come back in like, I'm ending the stream now, but I'll be right back on in like 2 minutes with the new stream.